Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back from lunch. Already halfway through the third day of European Ocean Days. Lots of discussions we've had, lots of talking points, points of view, and officials gathering notes as we hear from all of these panelists, all of these different ideas. So I hope everybody's had a great lunch. We're all full of energy, ready to tackle our next topic for this afternoon. This morning I was saying that I'm no longer the skipper of the ship, because you're all the passengers, of course. I was talking about the boy who climbs up the mast. Actually, is there a name for this in English? Is there a name for the boy that climbs up the mast to look forward beyond the ship, to see what's coming? Actually, nobody was able to give me the answer. Is it just the boy who climbs the mast? David has an answer. He'll tell us afterwards. But I'm the boy that climbs the mast. And I'll tell you why it's so important. Because we need vision. We need visibility. We need to see what's coming up. And that is the theme for this afternoon. It's actually having a vision. Making sure that we're aware of what's ahead. Being prepared as the ship, we hope, goes through calm waters, but we can also be going through choppy waters. And of course, the focus is on fisheries and aquaculture. And so this session this afternoon is focusing on 2026. What does that mean for fisheries and aquaculture? And of course, what we're talking about is Vision 2040, which is really like trying to lay the foundations, the groundwork for the way forward. So we're actually going to be focusing on both sectors, first of all, about Vision 2040 in general. And then we have two separate panels, one focused on fisheries and then the other on aquaculture, just so we can really drill down into a lot of the issues. And actually, for some opening remarks, just to really set the scene for us before we open the panels and have our great discussion, I'd like to call to the stage once again the Commissioner for Fisheries and Oceans at the European Commission, Kostas Kadis. A warm round of applause. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is a pleasure to join you at this panel of the European Ocean Days to discuss and advance our strategic reflections on the upcoming Vision 2040 for a thriving fisheries and aquaculture sector. Fisheries and aquaculture are more than economic sectors. As we all know, they provide healthy and sustainable food to European citizens, support thousands of jobs, and sustain traditions that have been passed down the generations. They are an integral part of our coastal community's identity. At the same time, they are among the sectors most vulnerable to the changes affecting our ocean and societies today. Indeed, these sectors are on the front line of climate change, directly impacted by biodiversity loss and pollution. At the same time, they navigate a landscape marked by increasing global competition for resources, evolving consumption patterns, and rising geopolitical uncertainty. In this context, it is only natural to take stock and look ahead strategically, as we are doing today, towards Vision 2040 for fisheries and aquaculture. Vision 2040 aims to provide long-term direction to these important sectors. It poses a simple yet important question: what kind of fisheries and aquaculture sectors do we want Europe to have in 2040? And what must we do now to make that future possible? Our answer must balance ambition and realism. We need sectors that are environmentally sustainable, economically resilient, and socially equitable. sectors that reward sustainable fishing and farming practices, embrace innovation and science, support coastal and rural communities, empower our fishers and aquaculture producers, and strengthen Europe's strategic autonomy and food production. Throughout the past year, I have visited many coastal and fishing communities and aquaculture farmers. This direct engagement and discussions on the ground have been an important springboard for the Vision 2040. We need to focus on 4 key areas. First, demand. How can we strengthen consumer trust and ensure that European products are appreciated for their quality, sustainability, and traceability? Second, supply. How can we support sustainable production, resilience to climate change impacts, and foster innovation in fishing and farming techniques? Third, labor force. How can we address demographic aging, improve working conditions, and attract young people, while ensuring that skills and training keep pace with technological advancements? And fourth, the tools. What kind of policy, regulatory, financial, and governance instruments do we need to support this transition and maintain coherence across both EU and national levels? These are profound questions, but luckily we are not starting from scratch. The vision will build on previous work, such as the Fisheries of the Future Foresight Study, as well as ongoing work such as the evaluation of the Common Fisheries Policy Regulation and the Energy Transition Roadmap. Most importantly, it will be shaped through meaningful engagement with our partners: fishers, aquaculture producers, processors, scientists, NGOs, regions, and young people. All have a crucial role to play. The intention is to present Vision 2040 in the autumn of 2026. We are currently gathering valuable insights through stakeholder consultations like this one, and a recently published call for evidence. And I strongly encourage all of you to contribute and take part in shaping the future of our fisheries and aquaculture sectors. Dear friends, I am confident our exchange today will help shape Vision 2040 into a path for a sustainable and thriving fisheries and aquaculture sector. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Kostas Kadis. Great to have those opening remarks. Yes, we have a lot to talk about. We're going to be focusing on both sectors, aren't we? Because it's fisheries and aquaculture. The very first panel, actually the title for the panel is the Sustainable Competitiveness of Fisheries and Aquaculture. And this morning we did look at this issue of being competitive in difficult times. Are we ready for the challenges ahead? Are we able to rise to the challenge? As part of the first panel, we're going to have Sharlina Vicheva, who is from the European Commission, needs no introduction, Director General. She'll be part of the panel, but also some opening remarks as well, Sharlina. I'd like to invite you to the stage to set the scene for us for our discussion. A warm round of applause for Sharlina, please.
Thank you very much, Seamus, and I'm really happy to address you again. I hope very much that you are enjoying the Ocean Days. There is a lot already that has happened. We had the Ocean Eye that was announced by the President. We had a very good discussion on the European Ocean Pact and how it delivers, and you've seen us working together, the various Commission services, delivering on many of the planned deliverables. Today, we should have already had the opportunity to see the industrial maritime strategy. So we are delivering every day. But also yesterday, I had the pleasure to participate in a very important Blue Invest Day, which is extremely uplifting to see how Europe is at the front edge of investing in blue economy in terms of innovation based on the ocean and how it can bring upwards the overall competitiveness of the Union. But today we have a focus, and this is the vision for 2040 for two very important sectors, fisheries and aquaculture. Our commissioner set the scene very nicely. I will try to continue a bit further, but the discussion starts now. And it will be even more well-based when we have the evaluation of the Common Fisheries Policy Regulation issued probably at the end of April, so let's cross fingers that the process will deliver. So these are preliminary remarks, and I don't have the ambition to really supply this vision for everyone, because it has to be a very inclusive process. So we will be listening very much to our stakeholders. But from what we see, because we are working on the evaluation, so we know a lot of what's going on and how the studies are producing, what is absolutely clear is that the triple pillars of sustainability is something that we need to sustain. I don't think that there is anyone in the room that will oppose this foundation. So our approach should continue to be based on sustainability. And it is environmental, it is social, and it is economic. And these three types of performance, they must advance together. They are so intertwined and so dependent on each other that we cannot go at the expense of one versus the other, or we shouldn't allow that there is a competition between the three pillars. There is no other way but being sustainable. And I'm convinced that our sectors will only thrive if we manage to live within the natural limits that are the foundation of this sector. I think that if fisheries has sustained itself throughout decades and centuries, exactly because the mindset of our fishers, of our sector, was always keep the fish in order to keep the fishers. Because this is the very fundament of this sector. Because the authentic competitiveness is really derived not from short-term extractionism, but from sustainable practice that will keep the resource on which we are living in the best possible shape. The Vision 2040 should provide a long-term vision. And I wholeheartedly agree with the Commissioner that said, and this assertion should probably be the assertion of everyone in this room, that we need sectors that are environmentally sustainable, economically resilient, and socially fair. However, we cannot move ahead without casting our glance a bit backwards, and this is exactly what the CFP regulation evaluation will do. So, looking at fisheries, we started a journey with 2013 CFP regulation reform. The idea there and the main objective was to end overfishing, because at that time the fisheries sector was ailing. to rebuild the stocks to maximum sustainable yield and turn a subsidized and very fragile fleet into a profitable, future-proof ocean economy. These were the objectives at the time. The CFP set a number of general objectives to achieve the overarching objectives of environmental, economic, and social sustainability and objectives. Two are absolutely essential, and the first one I will talk about is the MSY, the Maximum Sustainable Yield Objective, to achieve at the latest by 2020, but for one sea basin, the derogation came for 2025. And then the second one was the capacity balance adjustment. I will talk about that later on in more detail, but let's come first to the MSY objective. I think that everyone in this room will find it encouraging that the number of sustainably exploited stocks expressed in FMSY has increased for most stocks since the last reform. So that means that this objective have been more or less achieved. So this clear shift compared to the situation prior to 2013, when most of the stocks were seriously overexploited, is a very clear advancement. Yet, efforts should continue because the journey must continue. We still have a number of stocks, and especially in some sea basins, where the situation is subject to improvement. Then, if we turn to the second very important assumption of the impact assessment from 2011, that was the impact assessment on which the reform was based. At that time, the impact assessment assumed that the overall fleet capacity should be reduced by 17 to 18%. However, this did not materialize, and the actual reduction of the fleet is now around 10%. So how this is important? When we talk about the business model of the fisheries sector, it is clear that we have a numerator and a denominator. And the numerator is what we divide among the economic performance. And this is, of course, the fish catch. So the fish stocks are absolutely essential. So the more we have, the more we can divide. And there, we don't have an alternative. If we need an economic model that is viable, there is no alternative to keeping the stocks in the best possible status. And then, the denominator, or the value by which we divide this stock, is the fleet, the number of vessels that are chasing this same limited and finite natural resource. So the more vessels we have, the less profit we'll have. And unfortunately, what we have noticed in terms of economic trend is that this profitability indicator is not well performed and not well covered by all segments. So we have a large share of the fleet which is neither profitable or barely profitable. So we have to really think deep, and we have to really reflect in a very honest discussion how we project a viable fisheries sector within the very clear economic fabric of the fisheries sector. And if we don't have enough profitability in the sector, the next conclusion comes up front. If you don't have profit, you cannot sustain investments, you cannot modernize, you are not able to uptake the innovation that can bring the sector to the next level. So strategic investment really depends on the viability of the sector and the profitability throughout the period. If we now go back to the broader picture, of the global system of aquatic food supply, the EU self-sufficiency rate decreased. And we are now at 38% of self-sufficiency, meaning that our production can satisfy 38% of the consumer demand. The rest comes from imports. And here, we should not shy away from the right questions. Is this bad? Or actually, this is the balancing out of what the natural resource on which we can count provides for, and what we can source from outside the EU. It is very important, again, to be very honest, because I all the time hear it is so bad that we are now going down, but the legitimate question is that bad, good, or this is the right balance? And we have to explore that. So what I'm doing today are not statements. I'm simply putting some facts and I'm asking questions. And if we have to increase the self-sufficiency, and if we have a finite and limited natural resource for wild catch, then, of course, the conclusion is that we have to explore much more the potential that aquaculture provides to us. And if I have to put it in a perspective, in terms of global trends, as of 2 years ago, the FAO report states that for the first time, and it's now an established trend, the aquaculture output is bigger than the wild catch globally. So the global trend is that if we have to supply the aquatic protein to the increasing demand globally, we can rely more and more on aquaculture. However, when we look at the EU aquaculture, it is a clear stagnation. So there, we definitely need a deep thought of what and how to do it. And we have enough already on the table. We have given a number of good practices. We have delved in a number of whether administrative burden, permissions issue, environmental regulations and so on. We have to really dig into the model of aquaculture that we sustain and answer the question of what's next. As I look to the future, it is clear that we have some environmental gains since 2013, which support the economic fabric of the fisheries sector and the overall competitiveness and profitability. What is clear is that the biggest discussion that should happen is exactly on the viable business model. If ecosystems are healthy, businesses will be viable. If business models are viable, communities and skills can endure. Our sectors operate in a rapidly evolving global context as well. We have a very solid lack of fisheries, and we have to deep dive in this area as well. We have a strong distant water fleet, and we have to see what is their future in terms of competing with the rest of the world. So that's why we're going to have one specific document on the external lack of the common fisheries policy, and I'm sure that our discussions that started already with the relevant stakeholders, they will continue and they will clarify the vision for September when we are going to issue the Strategy 2014. Ultimately, we really need to acknowledge that keeping the numerator of the stocks in the good condition is without alternative and not negotiable. What we can change is the other element, which is the fleet, but also a number of variables that impact the profitability of the sector. And one of these is, of course, the dependence on fossil fuels. And that's why, and the Commissioner announced it already, we need to take care about the breaking of this link and being much more autonomous through innovations that will bring the new level of modernization of the fleet and a new level of powering our fleet. We are committed to champion the alignment of the three pillars. You can trust us, but what I would like to say at the very end is that when we balance out between the three pillars, and as I said, we cannot work at the expense of each other of these pillars, I very often hear that actually, in order to satisfy the social sustainability, we need to increase the quotas that will bring more catch for the fleet. I would really ask the question, isn't it more appropriate, instead of fishing what should not be fished, in order to leave the stocks to recover for the future generations, isn't it more appropriate to address the social elements with social solutions? Whether it will be with, for example, compensation measures, social compensation measures, whether it will be through insurance, or whether it will be through diversification of the income. And I'm not saying diversification from fisheries, diversification of the income. So these are all questions that we are going to reflect in the upcoming months, and we will rely on your wisdom, on the honest discussion that we have to embark on, and we have to give this future for the next generation that will come with clear idea that the sector can provide them with living. Because no one is going to enter the sector if there is no fish, if there is no profitability, if the conditions are not safe and welfare on board is not good enough, and if the fleet is away from the new technologies that the young generation adores. So, a lot to discuss. I'm sure that I have not given the answers that you were expecting from me, but that was not the idea. The idea is to start the discussion today together with the Commissioner.
Charlina, thank you very much. And I'll ask you to stay on the stage with us because we're going to make the most of your expertise, because the first panel we've put together, we're wanting to really get the voice of the institutions involved in creating the policy. So to really get this overall overview, if you like, of what's going on the ground when it comes to policy. So of course, Charlina, one of the key voices when it comes to the European Commission. So thank you very much. I'd also like to call on our three other panelists who are going to be joining Charlina. So of course, the European Parliament, heavily involved in this process of policy making. So Thomas Bajada, Member of the European Parliament and Vice President of the Sea-Rika Intergroup. So welcome to the stage as well. Thank you very much. Also on the national level, and we've chosen one, Yanos Kiarakou, Fisheries Councillor at the Permanent Representation of Cyprus to the European Union, and also Vice Chair, warm round of applause, thank you very much, and also the Vice Chair of the European Fisheries Control Agency. So welcome, thank you very much, adding your voice to this discussion. We also have with us also, and I'm going to say Bard, but I think it's pronounced Board Watna Tvetin, Head of EU Affairs at SINTEF, of course, the research organization, also a member of the board of FARO, which stands for the European Fisheries and Research Organization, and also chair of the FARO Aquaculture Working Group. So, board, thank you very much. But actually, just like some of the other panels, Charlina, what we're going to do, we're going to give the voice to the audience, first of all, because we talk about the voices involved in policy making. Your voice important as well. And we're going to start with a Slido question, actually, first of all, before we start the discussion. And I'll ask Charlina to react to what we see. This is the question. You can see the QR code. Looking towards 2040, Which EU policy focus would most effectively strengthen the competitiveness of fisheries and aquaculture? So we're looking for your responses here. You have 4 choices. Stimulating overall consumption of aquatic foods, reducing pressure on resources, even if this limits growth and consumption. Following on from a lot of what Charlene was saying. Stimulating overall consumption, as we say, is moving very fast here. Relying on market dynamics with sustainability ensured through strong EU standards. And we can see this is stabilizing slightly. People are hesitating. People are reading through the options, I think, and then they change their choice. They change their choice. We have to wait for it to stabilize, but very close it looks like between first and second place. Reducing pressure on resources, even if this limits growth and consumption. Strengthening the position of EU-produced aquatic foods in the internal market. 14%, 13%, relying on market dynamics with sustainability ensured through strong EU standards. Just wait for that to stabilize. I think it's stabilized enough, Charlene. I think we have the number 1 placeholder, which is reducing pressure on resources, even if this limits growth in consumption. Any surprises for you? How would you react when you look at this result, Charlene? Is there a microphone beside you there?
Thank you very much. To be honest, this is the most logical answer. As I said, we can't rely on a fishery sector with artificial fish. Artificial intelligence can help us in many respects, but this is a natural resource, and if we want to have a viable sector, its natural base should be preserved. And of course, there we can have a lot of leeway to improve what we did, for example, with the policy of maximum sustainable yield. But we have to be very honest and say that the pressures on the resource are multiple and very complex. So it is not only the fisheries pressure that counts. We have to be quite aware of the triple crisis in which the ocean is at the moment, with the biodiversity loss, with the pollution, and with the climate change. And we have to be quite alert of how we can remedy and how we can adapt to climate change, especially in this sector.
Okay, and Charlene, a third of people thought also strengthening the position of EU-produced aquatic foods in the internal market. Interesting as well?
Absolutely, and strengthening the position of the EU-produced aquatic foods in the internal market, that means that we need, if I understand correctly this vote, this means that we need market intelligence, we need informed consumers, and we need level playing field, especially when we appear on the external market and when we import and have to provide not better conditions for the imported products versus what we produce in the European Union.
Okay, great. Let's now go to Thomas. Thomas, from the European Parliament point of view, you're a member of both the Patch Committee, also CRECA Intergroup. And so, you know, this is a big concern for you. You're looking at the voices coming from the seas, the rivers, islands, also the coastal communities, the rural regions, right across the European Union. So what's your perspective when we're looking at this, what you've heard so far in these keynote addresses? Where are you coming from? And of course, sustainable competitiveness. That's the theme of this panel. What's your take on what we've heard so far and for all of those voices that you're hearing on a daily basis?
Listening to all of the voices, particularly those that don't have the power to have a very strong voice. Listening not only to those who are able to shout, listening to all their different realities, listening to those that come from areas which depend on the sources for their own livelihood. And you may tell me, we let them catch everything without control because it's their livelihood? No. But listening to their specific reality is extremely important. And I come from a very small island. I come from a fishing village that doesn't exist anymore. They diversified their economy. They diversified because they died out. They died. They don't exist anymore. That's the diversification that they did. I don't want that to happen. I come from a village that when I was younger, I used to go and see the fish being caught and being sold, to now not having a fisherman. A fisher. How do we expect women to be part of a sector where sometimes we still slip and say fishermen? How can we expect youth to be part of a sector which is not profitable, which cannot modernize because of lack of funding, because of 30-year-old vessels, talking small scale here, which cannot access funding, which state aid impedes, unlike agriculture, to be passed on to other interested young fishers, to a situation where we saw on a figure that Charlena was showing, the number of fleets being smaller in amount, but we already know that the idea would be to concentrate on those fleets that are profitable and can make the most money. So what does that mean? It means that we cut off the small vessels, the small fishing vessels, the artisanal fishers that depend on it for their livelihood. And we concentrate even more the market on the big guys. And some of the big guys might look at me weirdly. It's understandable. But my mission here is to speak about for those who are not able to speak. And that is why we need to give the voice to the small-scale fishers. That's why I believe that sustainability is not by imbalancing the market towards the fleets that can go far and can catch deep, but to diversify the market onto those different realities. And I would like to refer to a study that we presented at the European Parliament called Rethinking Fisheries, but because we really need to rethink fisheries. It's a study by Seas at Risks and Low Impact for Fishers, because they do this work I'm actually referring to. And if I may, here we're talking about the story, the reality of families across Europe, across coastal communities. And that's why I believe that the strategy for islands and coastal communities that we are expecting from the Commission, this vision that we are expecting, the Ocean Act that we are expecting all this year, should really recount these realities and put them central. Because if we fail at ensuring a human-centered approach in our politics, we will fail. And I will close here because I know that we need to move. And that's why funding is also important. And the MFAF that is going to disappear and morph into something that is huge and big and so fascinating. That's why we are calling for a 7 billion ring fencing to remain for the ocean and for fisheries. And we are doing this request on behalf of the S&D. But I know that there is interest to do this even more across parties, because 2 billion euros will not address all of the crises and all of the realities we need to do to decarbonize, to modernize, to attract new generations, and to ensure that we are more sustainable in the way that we catch. And we need more money. And unfortunately, in the way that the MFF is structured, fisheries and the ocean will never be a priority. And you can say it's 2 billion, but it's a minimum capping. And we can say that member states can do more than the 2 billion, but we already know that it will not be the case.
So high expectations for Vision 2040. Thanks very much. So all the different voices and also the question of money as well, those are the key takeaways for me. Thanks very much, Thomas. We know that member states, crucial in this process, permanent representative of Cyprus to the European Union, Janos, what's your take? Because, you're responsible for, the implementation on the ground. So what's your perspective? What is your message to those who are putting together Vision 2040? We heard from Thomas there. What's your perspective from the member state level?
Thank you, Seamus. I just want to pick up where Thomas left off and also what the Director General said and the Commissioner. I mean, we're saying the same thing, but maybe we're perceiving the result and what we want to achieve quite differently. We're talking about the three pillars. We're talking about how important fisheries is, but we don't see that being reflected in the general EU strategy for resilience and sustainability. So we need really to rethink and show a different perspective of what fisheries can actually do. We're talking about food security. We're talking about all the sectors of fisheries being part of this. We have food security. We need the large-scale fleet to provide substantial quantities of fish. We need aquaculture to supply substantial quantities of fish. Then we're talking about health, where we know that seafood is probably the only foodstuff that provides certain essential nutrients like omega-3. So it is very important for the well-being, the physical well-being, and also the mental well-being of EU citizens. And then we're talking about coastal vitality, and there is where small-scale fisheries plays a crucial role into job creation, and in a lot of cases it's the backbone of these coastal communities. And then we heard about the long-distance fleet, and of course this is why we have a global voice and being able to sit at the table with other third countries and discuss sustainability in all the oceans. Is because of these vessels that are there that allow us to have this voice. And lastly, of course, what has been said again was the tradition and the history of fisheries. So I will go now to your question, which is
Nice and close the microphone to the mouth. Nice and close.
The spatial and the environmental constraints. I will add that also the geopolitical constraints, which are becoming more and more important when it comes to fisheries. So when it comes to spatial and environmental, I believe the answer to that is the upcoming Ocean Act. So I would say in Ocean Act we trust that it will safeguard the fishing areas, it will safeguard the environment because of pollution is that we don't have fisheries resources at this moment. It's not only overfishing. Overfishing plays an important part, but pollution is the most important factor. So we rely on this Ocean Act to safeguard fisheries in this sense. But this is internal, and we have to see the external factor. And that is, I think, the weak link when it comes to our CFP policy, is the external dimension. We see increasingly a lot of pressures from third countries. We need to safeguard our fishing rights. We need to safeguard the partnership agreements we have with third countries. This is very important to have predictability in order to have fishers. It's not only to have fish so that we have fishers, it's also to protect the fish and also find ways to keep the fishers there to fish the fish. So we need a strong financial instrument to do that. And if we have predictability and a strong financial instrument, then we can talk about generational renewal. And generational renewal, I mean, in our daily lives, in all the professions, we see that comfort, safety, security is number one, but this is not the case for fisheries. And we're talking about a profession that has the harshest environmental conditions. So we need new vessels. We need vessels that are safe, that are energy efficient, vessels that can fish, but also give the comfort of other professions. So just one last thing. which is the level playing field. This also affects aquaculture. It also affects the fisheries sector. We need to have a strong negotiating stance. We need to make sure that all our fishers or aquaculturists play on the same level playing field. And having this in mind, then we can see Vision 2040 in a positive way.
Okay, thanks very much, Janos. We know that research is very important. Round of applause. We know that research is very important. We've heard often in recent months, science matters. Is the research actually leading enough to innovation and leading enough to competitiveness? Board, for you, we know that Europe is investing in the science and the research. Some people would say we need more, but at the moment, yes. But on the ground, as we hear, we still have operators struggling to actually meet the demand, to actually be more competitive. What is your take on this? What's your message to people putting together Vision 2040?
Yeah, right. So I'm the tech guy, so I'm going to be practical in that sense. So, research stops at mid-level, like TRL 4 or 5. So if you want to see innovation in businesses, you talk about business model, you have to de-risk that the innovation is getting into a final product, and then you need targeted industrial funding. Else you won't see that R&D fly into commercial products. And so how can you do that? You can, I have a couple examples. I know I'm from Norway, so sorry for that, but in Norway we have like a 0.3% levy on export on seafood, which is poured back to innovations, bridging that gap between research and products. That could be an option. Look to Finland. We always look a lot to Finland from Norway, seeing that use R&I tax incentives, and you can frame that. You can frame that with cooperation with academic. You frame that with sustainability goals. So there's a lot of incentives you can actually use to get that money into getting commercial products. And so, but regulations, that's a barrier for innovation. I will add that as well. It talked a lot about that before lunch. Like you need to harmonize it. You need to make it sort of more friendly. Because obviously, if you have 5-10 years to get the licensing, it's hard to invest when the market is so unknown. But you can also use innovations like related framework as a incentive fit the purpose, for instance. I have an example on that as well. Fishing boats in Norway and in the EU it's regulated on length. And I'm a naval architect, so my stomach hurts when I see these boxes. And they aren't blessed with the gods for hydrodynamics because there's a lot of propulsions going on that. But if we see studies saying that if we just change that regulations to like a volume-based regulations, you could play around with getting 50% reduction on fuel. But the problem is when you're going to decarbonization, there aren't any space left for fish because you need batteries or hydrogen. So you have to rethink the barriers because there's a lag between the regulations and innovation. So you have to be more flexible in that sense, And I say that I call it another point is spin-off and spin-ins. There's so many beautiful projects in Europe, like Every Fish, Infinifish, putting up these new technologies, i.e. But I ain't sure about if the fish industry and aquaculture are ready to employ that. But we see that in Norway as well. We have this project where we're using drones, surface drones, aerial drones to find fish or pelagic fish, the density. And it's hard to get traction on that, but we see other industries like defense looking into that. So you can actually work more on tech transfer and then encourage that tech transfer between businesses to get that sort of innovation going and then take it back again. And about people, how is it going to do it if you have the money and the regulations? You have the FARO members, you have the RTOs, you have the institutes. They sit between industry and also academic, and they are the vehicle for de-risking this project. And finally, there's communication. You need, I've been to a lot of events, and I'm sitting there and there's this beautiful research going on, and there's no industry present. I'm like, wow, where are they? They could have used this for their innovation, but so you need this stakeholder platform, multi-stakeholder platform. But the good idea is that you have it. You have the advisory boards, you have the multi-stakeholders like EATIP, you have these vessels aboard, you just have to make them more important. So that's my message. Yeah.
Okay, board, thanks very much. As we're laying the groundwork for the two panels afterwards, focusing on fisheries, focusing on aquaculture, just about 5 minutes left, 6 minutes left for the session. But what I'm looking for now is, what do we need more of? What do we need to avoid? And also, you know, what do we need to do that we're not doing now? Charlene, let's come to you on this. So your brief snapshot of what would be top of your list if you're, you know, looking at the first chapter of Vision 2040.
I will avoid the first chapter, but what I would say is that what we are not doing today systematically is having an honest discussions with the fishers. Because I agree that we need all types of fleet. There is no one size fits all, no. So neither over-concentration is good, nor too much, you know, going into the small scale. So both are necessary. And they have different business models, but they support each other. They make part of the economic fabric of the coastal communities. So we need a very fair discussion about, in each and every region, with the set of fleet segments that are there, how we see this fleet evolving in terms of numbers, in terms of capacity, taking on board the innovation that needs more space, the decarbonization that needs additional probably kilowatts and so on. So let's cast the vision of how we project a fleet that will be competitive. Because we cannot say Europe has on the top of its political agenda competitiveness, and all of a sudden we think of a sector and we forget the competitiveness, we forget the profitability, and we talk only about how to support a sector. Of course, the support is absolutely essential, and I can only echo what Thomas was saying, but we need to think in terms of profitability, because this is the only way we can attract the young generation. Young generation on subsidies, relying only on external support, they're not going to enter the sector. So we need a very solid model, and the discussions on this model have to be fair, honest, and not going into populism.
Yep. And I heard during the lunch break somebody saying that policymakers also need to think in terms of a business model, not leave it up to companies, but actually policymakers thinking in terms of a business model. So great. Charlene, thanks very much. Thomas, same question to you.
So as to not take too much time, because I tend to speak a lot and fast. 3 points. Firstly, international ocean governance. It is the tool for us to be more competitive. Tool number one. So we need to invest in the work that we do in regional fisheries management organizations. We need to dialogue with our third countries, with our partners. I come from Malta. We are surrounded by third countries. And I still, to date, receive photos and videos from fishers that clash in the middle of the sea with third countries, and we do not have the ability to dialogue with them. I'm not even saying take action, but now we can even take action. Okay, with the regulation that we have adapted, I was rapporteur of, on non-sustainable fishing by third countries. It is a trade instrument. Firstly, we need to be strong. Secondly, climate resilience and investment in coastal communities. This year, we should receive a framework on climate resilience. I hope that there we can unlock directed investment into ensuring that our coastal communities are resilient in the face of an ever-changing climate. We're seeing it, it's happening. We have storms in the Mediterranean every week right now. Where are we going with this? Are we prepared for a new reality? No. And that's where we need certainty. And finally, the Ocean Act. Ocean Act that needs to be ambitious, it needs to have clear targets, it needs to be enforceable, and it needs to be encompassing of all that we are talking about. Because the ocean is one, the ocean is interconnected, it doesn't stop at the EU's frontier, It's one single system. So our action needs to be strong, it needs to bring certainty, and it needs to be ambitious, both within the EU, but also third countries.
Okay, thanks very much. And on Friday morning, we have a special session on coastal communities. So drilling down into a lot of things that you talked about there, Thomas. Janos, what's missing? What do we need more of? And what do we need to avoid as well?
Okay. Well, I already made reference to the external dimension. I'm going to just make some points on the internal dimension when it comes to business models. And I think we have to try to do more with less, and that covers also fisheries and aquaculture. So we would have to innovate, use innovation, invest in selected gear, and then if we look at the smaller scale fishing fleet, then there we can be more targeted, for example, to invest more in value-added products, try to diversify the activities, but also use this historical, traditional way of fishing as a way to target niche markets and give, again, value added to the fisheries products.
Okay, thanks very much. Last word from board. I'm also going to be asking the audience this exact same question. You are going to be giving us one word. What should the European Union get absolutely right? We won't put it up straight away, but just so you have a little think beforehand. What should we be avoiding as well? The QR code is up there as well. Yeah, just before the question, actually, we're going to hear from board first of all, but do think of your answers. Board, what's your final message for those putting together Vision 2040 in terms of what we need more of, what's missing, and also what do we need to avoid?
I think probably, as I mentioned, the regulations should be quite aware not to tighten the regulation without any investment signals. You know, it's like once sustainability, that means no permits. I think you have to be very careful when you do the regulations and to boost innovation. But I think also for a business case, fisheries is aquaculture is much more than just primary production. It's this whole value chain. It goes to the end user as well. So you have to see that bigger picture. And there's a lot of side streams and there's a lot of high-end products from these different sources that are apparently waste early on, but that could be valuable sort of products. So you have to think the whole value chain. That's my message on that big business case.
Okay, board, thanks very much. I was hoping this would be a word cloud so we could see the biggest word in the middle. You've all been watching the words as I've been scrolling up. Have you made a note of the key words? I don't know if we can quickly turn this into a word cloud. Oh, we have the key words at the top. Small scale. Are those the words we should be looking at? Oh, I see. So we're voting then. Small scale, balance, implementation, SSF, regulation, and transition. 6 votes. So we're actually voting, aren't we? We're voting for what actually is the answer we prefer. We're doing this in real time. This is, like artificial intelligence, modern technology in real time. But you've been reading, as we've been scrolling up, you've been seeing some of the phrases coming out. And this will be recorded. All of these messages, all of what you're typing in here, will be printing off and giving to those who are involved in drawing up Vision 2040. As long as we can understand, because people are using shorthand language as well. The workers there, the voice of everybody involved. Ban bottom trawling, transition, killing. We need a bit of context for some of these words, don't we? Killing. We're killing time, we're killing the fish. We need a bit of context for some of these. But absolutely great. So thank you very much. I think basically this will be a matter of sifting through these and actually making sense of what actually was something that we should be looking at. But transition and small scale seem to be some of the top words. Balance as well. Keeping things balanced. Aquaculture right up there. Implementation on the ground. So listen, thank you all very much. I think we can give everybody a huge round of applause for these opening remarks. So thank you very much. So feel free to take your seats. And I think when we do this after the next panel, we'll actually try to make this into a word cloud. Would that be okay for the organisers? Probably much easier for us to actually see what's going on in terms of the words. So thank you very much. So that was really intended to be an overview, wasn't it? The voices from the institutions involved in creating the policy, driving through the policy. What we'd like to do now is put the spotlight, first of all, on fisheries. So really the practical steps, the practical solutions. So really a bit more detail, going down into detail for this successful transition of fisheries. And transition did seem to be one of the top words. So great for the next panel. And we have some opening remarks just to set the scene for this panel as well. So focusing on fisheries. Don't forget, after the coffee break, we will be looking at aquaculture, solely aquaculture, but first of all, fisheries. And I'd like to call on Stylianos Mitolidis from the European Commission, Director at DG Mare. Thank you very much for some opening remarks. To set the scene for us, please. Stylianos, welcome. Round of applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. I think we have been attending very interesting discussions this afternoon. We listened for sure with a lot of interest the remarks of the Commissioner, and then the high-level panel on the overall direction of fisheries and aquaculture. As we move, I think that was an underlining message to more sustainable, resilient, and competitive future. So I think these two elements, sustainability and competitiveness, are important as messages. These are not two words that competing each other. The messages are two words that they can work with each other. We are on the same boat. We are not on different boats trying to fight each other. Huh? So, and then sustainable competitiveness is not, on the other hand, an abstract, let's say, concept. We have to see now, and this is where the panel comes, I think, the practical requirements for the survival and the development of our sectors. It depends on viable business models, Charlina has mentioned it and made it very clear, that can withstand the market volatility, the energy cost, we have just heard how important it is, the external shocks, while operating within the environmental boundaries, because Charlina has mentioned it, I think clearly, if we don't have fish, we are not going to have fishers. So the key question for us today is how this broad objective translates concretely into the fisheries sector. What does it mean operationally at the end of the day? What does it mean financially at the end of the day? What does it mean in social terms? This is exactly what I think the panel now will try to explore. We have a particular strong and diverse group of experts that they are outside of the European Commission. They have nothing to do with us, so this is kind of a real-world check representing the catch sector, processing industry, scientific community, and the financial world, and on top of that, the blue skills, because this is also very important. This diversity matters because the future of fisheries cannot be shaped from a single perspective. Only by bringing together those different viewpoints can we properly identify the possible trade-offs, workable solutions, and realistic implementation paths. When designing the future of the EU fisheries, we must look across the entire value chain, from the consumer expectation and market demand to processing capacities to conditions at sea. Competitiveness depends on how well these stages are connected, how risks are distributed, and how benefits are shared. At the same time, we must recognize a fundamental constraint, the environment. So it is clear this is limited. and the sector has to operate within the environment, the marine environment. Ecosystem conditions, stock status, climate impacts, they have an impact in the long term of the viability of our sectors. This is why science matters and must remain at the core of fisheries management and policy decisions. Then transition is not coming without having investments. And in order to have investments, you need to have financing. So public support will continue to play an important role, but it will not be sufficient on its own. So we need to see how we can better mobilize both the public money and the private capital, reduce the risk perception that it is out there about financing our sectors, and build investment frameworks that make fisheries projects bankable, acceptable from the financial sector, and future-oriented. Profitability and sustainability must be seen as mutually reinforcing signals for investors. Finally, we cannot overlook the human dimension. We have an issue, I think everybody has mentioned it in the beginning, on generational renewal. And demographic decline is there. So we need to see how we can accelerate generational renewal, how we can work on that within the context of coastal and island communities. Skills are needed, and they need to be changing. Technologies are evolving, and career expectations are also shifting. We must therefore ask not only how to attract young people into fisheries, but also how to equip those people with the necessary skills in order to stay in the business and work on the transition, the green, digital, fair, and inclusive transition. So all these questions are central to the future of the fishery sector, and they are directly relevant with the vision, the development of the Vision 2040. So I'm very much looking forward to hear what our experts will have to say on those critical questions on how we see the long-term ambition of our sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Stylianos. We can also say Stelios, I understand. Both names work. Thank you very much for those remarks. As we now start to look at the practical steps and the practical solutions for what we're saying really is this transition for fisheries affecting so many people around the European Union. What I'd like to do now is to call straight away on our panelists to join us on the stage. Lots of people from different countries on the ground, at sea as well. First of all, I'd like to call on Mateja Lovric from Croatia, the Chief Executive Officer of the fishing cooperative Adria in a lovely part of Croatia. Many may know Tribune. Thank you very much, Mateja. Warm round of applause. Also, we have somebody else this is from Italy, Massimo Bellavista, from the Emilia-Romagna Fishing and Aquaculture Manager for the Lega Co-op Emilia-Romagna, and also a project known as Butka. Massimo, welcome. Thank you very much. I would also like to call on Javier Gahat, EESC member and president of Europesh as well. Javier, warm round of applause for Javier. Thank you very much. You can already see in advance who I'm calling on because you've got the slide up here on the screen. Yes, take a seat anywhere and take a microphone, and don't forget to hold it very close to the mouth. Some of them are a little bit, not as good on the volume as some of the other microphones. Also, David Reed. I've also already had the pleasure of having David on a panel on day 1 or day 2, but David Reed, Science Committee Chair of the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea. David, thank you very much. And last but not least, we have Miglena Dobreva, Senior Financial Instruments Advisor Financial Institutions Department at the European Investment Bank. So a very important voice there as well. Miglena, thank you. So feel free to find the microphone that is closest to you and hold it very close to the mouth so that we can hear all of your views easily. But as per usual, we're going to start with your voice at the start of this session, and I'm going to say to the panelists, feel free to react to this as well, the result we see here on the screen. We do like this participation, interaction with the audience to make sure that your voices are heard. We heard there just before. I'm just being told to do something. Oh, we have it on the microphone, just in case we need. Let me just give somebody else a microphone. Yes, we have another one here if anybody needs a microphone. We can pass that along maybe. You've got one there, but pass that along. So great. We're going to start with a Slido question. We're going to get your point of view on a very crucial question. So let's take a look at that. Considering the main challenges facing EU fisheries, which policy lever should be prioritized to ensure a sustainable and competitive sector by 2040? Your feedback here is crucial. This is going to be printed out and taken on board. So think about your answers carefully. We're reading through some of them. Reducing pressure on marine ecosystems, even if this constrains fleet capacity or catches. Just reading through some of those, I'm sure you're doing this in real time. Improving economic viability through targeted investment, innovation, and diversification, and access to finance as well. Enhancing the value of EU fisheries products along the supply chain, rather than focusing on volume. And also strengthening climate adaptive fisheries management and access to fishing opportunities. It looks like, in first place, reducing the pressure on marine ecosystems, even if this constrains fleet capacity or catches. I'm going to be coming to Matea, first of all, for her response. Maybe if you wanted to react to this, Matea, you have a cooperative in Croatia. Is this surprising for you? First place that, improving the economic viability, second place, and third place at 15%, enhancing the value of EU fisheries products along the supply chain. What's your take?
Well, from my perspective, as a processor, I would be giving the second or third answer.
You would change the order. So if you were in the audience, you would have chosen for the second one. And why?
Because I'm coming from the processing sector, and I only can speak in front of the small processing and small fisheries in Croatia. Speaking from that position, I only can say that our catches, fishers' catches, depends on the weather conditions, climate changes, and fish stocks. The sector depends also at limited natural resource, and in the markets we have plenty of products from the third countries. They are with very low prices, and our products then are less competitive with their products.
And that's one of the key issues for you, isn't it? It's really this trade-off. So processing, really depending on, cheap, affordable, and we can say raw material, first material,
Yes.
But often not complying with the standards when it comes to sustainability in the European Union. So it's a trade-off, isn't it? So how are you managing that? What's your take on that?
Well, in Croatia we have significant administrative obligations for processor and fishermen, and our products cannot compete with other third countries' products with EU obligations of sustainability. And then we have high penalties, high costs of processing, and I think we should take a great advantage for the high supply chains and short supply chains that consumers are aware for the greater value of our products. Because in Tribun, we have traditional boats and traditional manufacturing, processing of fish. When we are talking about traditional fishing, we are talking when you have fishers, they are passed down through generations in families, and the traditional process of fish is manual, and then we have a smaller waste of fish when you have a handed process instead of mechanical.
And so, in a nutshell, if you were talking to the organizers of Vision 2040, what would be your main message? What would be your main message after hearing some of the keynotes, some of what we've been talking about?
Yes, I told my colleague in the audience that now I have to change all my answer when I listened in the previous panel. And everybody is talking about modernization of the vessel, of the decarbonization, but sometimes you have on the paper everything is right down, but when you have to go to realize some of that strategy, you cannot do that because there are very too much conditions that you have to. I don't know, I missed the word. You have too much obligations, so you don't have to. For our fishers, they always they don't have money for the vessel modernization. So pre-financing of the modernization vessel is the first one that should be.
Okay, Mattea, thanks very much. Let's go to Massimo, because on day one we talked about blue careers. People wanting to be employed in the sector, the difficulties. You have a project called Butka, and we know that one of the main problems in the fisheries sector, we've heard some pretty staggering figures about the number of people due to retire in the fisheries sector. How are we replacing that workforce? How are we making sure that we are prepared for the future? Massimo, so your project is looking at making the sector more attractive. And it's about training, it's about information. What is your project doing? How are you tackling this? Tell us about your project.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to apologize for my poor command of the English language.
It's absolutely great.
I hope you all understand me well. I would also like to thank you for inviting me to participate in very important and interesting initiative. And I am very happy to be here with Garat, Javier, and Matthias. I know very well we have another project together about Fish Novast Interreg in Adriatic. So 2 persons in Adriatic Sea in this position is very, very gratification for me. I have been involved with the European institution for over 25 years old, and I am honored to be here with you today when I happen to meet you students here. With the project Boat Cars, the Blue Job through Blue Careers, we want modernization, the system of education and training system with a new course specific about included the digitalization and environment activity. It's very complicated today to present one sector with a lot of problems and attractive for the young generation because it's very complicated to introduce new younger in this sector with a lot of problems, with a lot of regulation, and particularly with one old fishing vessels. This is very complicated. We don't want modernization of the vessel. We want a new vessels. This is different because the lifting is not correct for organize this sector.
Okay, Massimo, thanks for those opening remarks. What I'd like to do is to turn to Javier, because we heard from Tomas Bajada in the first panel talking about the many voices. And it's true, you are the president of Europesh, and it's true you have many, many voices, a very diverse association membership. And this is one of the problems, perhaps, is one of the challenges, is making sure that we are taking into account all of these voices, this diversity. How can we make sure that Vision 2040 is something that touches all of these groups, that they all have voices?
Thank you very much, Seamus, and thank you very much for the invitation. Indeed, we are lucky, and in the European fisheries, we are extremely diverse. But they have one thing in common. The majority of them, they are family-owned small business, working for generations to the sector, and with strong ties with their coastal communities. If Vision 2040 is to succeed, we must start from one simple recognition that was mentioned before. There is no one-size-fits-all pathway to sustainability, but there must be one coherent framework that works for all. So we can have common objectives, but the pathway to reach them must be differentiated so rules are workable for each fleet segment in practice. And this means adapting the European Union law to the reality. If we make a reality check, and some figures were presented before, we can see that the European fleet is shrinking despite compliance and despite all the efforts that we have made during all these years. According to STEFC, the European Union fleet has been structurally contracting in capacity, employment, and production over the past decades and accelerating in the last 2 years. We only have 37,000 active vessels left in the European Union. In the 90s, we used to have more than 100,000. So we have the lowest fleet in history. According to FAO, and this is very worrying, we are the only region in a steep decline in the world. So, as I mentioned before, the figures presented by the Director General for us are very, very sad and devastating for the fishing sector and for the coastal communities. It's a pity she's not here. I wanted to tell her. She keeps saying that we need to change our business model, sending a message to our fishers in the sense that regulations in general are good, but we are the ones that have to change, in spite of all these efforts that I have mentioned before during all these 20 years. And what surprised us is that she's not, in that last slide that she presented, she's not presenting the 3 pillars of sustainability, all equally important, but a pyramid of sustainability marginalizing the socioeconomic dimension. At least this is how we see it. So we have a completely different approach. For us, the question is, are the European Union policies working for our fleet? Is the European Union really defending the fishing sector enough? Why other countries are not facing the same problems that we have, and they are increasing the capacity or the catches? So if we continue in this path, we simply will increase imports, export environmental pressure, undermine the European Union food sovereignty, and weaken coastal communities. So we have a great opportunity here with the Vision 2040. We have to go from words to action to really change the course of the policies. And very important, I see that you want to cut me already. I see it's very important. It's very important that we go for competitiveness and reduce over-regulation and reduce the bureaucracy. Really simplify the regulations. And how can we do this? We have an omnibus regulation for fisheries that we are requesting there. We have seen that for agriculture. We have seen that for environmental regulations. We don't see it yet for fisheries. We need it. We need to simplify the regulations. We need regulations that create stability and predictability to our business in order to invest and improve trust with administrations, with the Commission, with the European institutions, with our government, etc. So, to finish, Vision 2040 must therefore require that all policies, not only the Ocean Act, treat seafood production as a priority and overriding public interest, legally recognize priority or protected fishing areas, apply area clauses for environmental protection or restoration on a case-by-case basis, ensures meaningful stakeholder involvement, and use ocean diplomacy and market measures to guarantee fishing rights and access. I recommend you also to read some of the European Economic and Social Committee's opinions, mainly the one related to the decarbonization of the fishing fleet. There was a huge point 5, the title was Friends of Fish and Fishers, a vision for the future of a sustainable fisheries sector in the European Union. I recommend all of you to read them because I think that it will bring us some light in all these issues. Thank you.
Okay, Javier, and of course, thanks very much. And of course, Vision 2040, hopefully it is a chance also to give your feedback and to make your voice heard. And it's not closed, is it? The consultation process is still open. So all of these viewpoints, all of the feedback. And actually, I wasn't going to cut you off, Javier, but I actually wanted to ask you a further question because we say that, and we hear these phrases, we need to do this, we need to do this. But actually, in concrete terms, what would you suggest to actually make sure that we are talking about the right things? In concrete terms, what would you suggest to all of the policymakers and also people who are also people like on the panel here?
I already mentioned some of this, but I will summarize in 3 points. Besides another thing, which is please, officials from the European Commission, politicians from the European Parliament and the different institutions, go to our harbors, go to our fishing vessels, learn how things in the real world is happening, and then take the decisions here in Brussels. But
beyond the ground.
Points.
Beyond the ground.
3 points. Omnibus regulation, I already mentioned that. We need to simplify the regulations. There are several. West Med MAP, we have the control regulation, we have the problems with the capacity, we have the vulnerable marine ecosystems regulation. There are a lot of them. Second, funding. We are talking about the MFF, and it was mentioned before, with the peanuts that the European Union is going to give to the fisheries community, we are going to do nothing. So things need to change radically. And third one, action plan for blue foods. We have been, the whole industry, the Seafood Alliance, we have requested for an action plan for blue foods, recognizing fisheries as a strategic food production, support public awareness campaigns on health, environmental, and socioeconomic benefits, ensuring the integration of these blue foods into the key ocean and food strategies, promote the consumption of these nutritious, healthy, and low-carbon blue foods, and be backed, as I mentioned before, by a dedicated European Union funding to enhance the seafood production and market access in order to have, in 2040, at least, I don't say the same fishermen and vessels and aquaculture companies that we have right now, but at least reduce the trend and have some stable fishing companies in 2040.
Okay, Javier, so making sure that we're all on the ground, we're all perhaps at sea as well, that would be even better. And I heard a phrase this morning, all hands on deck. So it's really up to all of us to get involved. Javier, thanks very much. Let's go to David. So the Science Committee of the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea. Science matters. We're relying heavily on science in Europe, perhaps not so much in other countries, but that's another debate. But David, what needs to be done to make sure that the scientific side of things is taken into account with Vision 2040? What are your priorities from your experience at your council?
Okay, thanks very much for that. So I'm going to talk about ecosystem-based fisheries management, which is my speciality. I was also asked to talk about environmental boundaries, which you didn't mention, but I'll take that as read. Oh, and thanks for being up on the stage twice. Cool. So environmental boundaries. So The context of ecosystem-based fisheries management is that fisheries are affected by the ecosystem and also affect the ecosystem. And if you want to be really complicated, fisheries affect the ecosystem, which then affect the fisheries in turn. So you've got a cyclical and interacting thing. So I'm going to start with the ecosystem impacts of fisheries. And this is going to be a list, but it's all the things that we need to consider when we're out there fishing, how our impacts are acting on the marine environment. Perhaps most obviously straight away is biodiversity. You're changing the biodiversity of the system by selective extraction from it. And biodiversity is one of our current existential crises. You're changing how those species interact. You're changing how the food web works. You know, who eats who? If you take away the predators of one species, then that species will grow. If you take away the prey of that species, it'll decline. There are also just the simple sustainability of stocks is an impact we have on the system. And then the seafloor, fishing has impacts on the seafloor habitats. And that's particularly relevant nowadays for the carbon sequestration rule. And I draw your attention to the fact that everything I've described so far is a component of the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. So this is all stuff that we say we're trying to conserve, keep to good ecological status. So let's switch the focus the other way around. You've got the pressure of the ecosystem on the fisheries, and this is equally profound. So a lot of this is going to come through the context of climate change, but I don't want to say that's the only thing going on, because there are plenty of other cyclical phenomena in the environment, the North Atlantic currents and so on. Secondly, there's just general variability. You know, this classic thing that it's been a really cold winter, so climate change can't be happening. Well, that's weather, and climate change is about climate. So what are these things that are being affected? So it's things like productivity, and that goes straight up from the phytoplankton up through the system to the higher level predator fish. It's also about growth, it's about abundance. We're seeing systematic changes in fishes in Western waters where they're recruiting slower, there's few of them coming into the stock, they're smaller, they're less able to produce young. So all these things tie together. And then just put on top of that, a definite climate change impact is heat waves. If these hit a fish stock at the wrong time, say during spawning or shortly after that, the effect can be catastrophic. So I was then asked, what can be improved from science? What can science do about this? We can describe the problem. We can explore alternative pathways into the future. So what would happen if we do this all the time for, let's say, the climate change scenarios or the shared social scenarios, but we can also do it in terms of how you fish and where you fish and what you fish. And it also depends on what our objectives are. Are we trying to protect the environment? Are we trying to protect fish stocks for the future? Are we trying to sustain coastal communities? And the fact of the matter is we're trying to do all of these all at once, and they're not necessarily compatible objectives. So we need to work out the trade-offs, perhaps the sweet spot, or perhaps what I've heard called the minimum sustainable whinge, where you try and get a sort of suboptimal but not totally bad solution for everybody. And that's a policy domain. Thank you.
Yep, so important points about sustainability of stocks, etc. Thank you very much, David. Let's turn to the financial side of things, because we have somebody here from the European Investment Bank, Miglena. So the question to you, and a lot of people are asking this, is, how do we increase the investment? How do we attract the investment? A lack of resources, I think we've heard this even in these 3 days across the sector. We're trying to make sure that things remain sustainable. We talk about fleet renewal, lots of different talking points, aging fleets. What's your take on all of this? How can we make sure that we're prepared for the future? How can we make sure that we are thinking less about money? I don't know if we're ever going to be thinking less about money, but that it's not top of the list for many people. How can we improve the investment, improve the financial situation?
I don't think it's an easy question. So I'm happy to be here. I was listening the Commissioner, the Director General, the colleagues here in the panel. I think everyone mentioned financing as a key point. Before giving a bit more context, I think financing should be something to be taken into account in the vision, because it goes together with the development of the sector. I want to say that the European Investment Bank Group, there were other colleagues in the panels yesterday, today, we are committed, as the Commission is, to support sustainable and competitive blue economy and fisheries and aquaculture. We have put in place a number of products, but when I would focus a bit more now on the fisheries, in the last 5 years, I think for blue economy, EIB has invested like 13 billion. But if we look at this, financing for the fisheries is very small, and it's almost non-existent. And the question is, yes, we want to support the sector, but apparently, I would call it's a special business model. So the question is that we need to work with all the stakeholders to find a way to design financing products that take into account the special framework in which the fisheries functions, and then we go to the different needs that are all reflected and encompassed of this environment, rich ecosystem in which the sector operates. Therefore, I think the main message is, yes, we have products in place, but apparently there is more to be done. And in order to go forward, we have looked at the market as well. So this brings me to another level, that apart from financing, European Investment Bank is also doing advisory. We are also cooperating with the Commission on some mandates that are looking how to enhance financing and fisheries and aquaculture. We are covering under the FI-Compass platform. Also, we are looking at the sector through the Green Gateway. So these are different products that are looking to, first of all, FI-Compass. We go on the ground and we try to understand from the stakeholders what are the problems, because designing financial instruments without having the picture from the market, what is the demand, the supply, where are the gaps, it doesn't work. We don't need, it takes time as well. Then this brings me to the point where we are finishing a study that soon will be published. Maybe I can just share a few highlights that fully confirm what you're saying about the needs. We looked at the financing needs and the role of financial instruments under the MFAF in covering the financing needs of the sector. And we see that fisheries and aquaculture is the sector, compared to other shared management funds, that has less usage of financial instruments. Because if we say financing is not enough, the public resources, so it means mainly grants are servicing the needs, but there is a huge demand, so the financial instruments are the tool that could leverage this private finance that is needed. But taking into account the existing challenges in the sector, the bankability, the complex nature of the projects, the regulatory side as well, that affects what could be supported and what could not, the overfishing, and also, I think, I want to have another idea, but I'll mention after. We need to think of products that are taking this into account, and that's why looking at the new MFF, we are trying to propose some solutions to the Commission and see how we can de-risk the financing to the sector, taking into account the specifics. And then we speak about blending, because fully grant-dependent sector, pushing towards going to financial instruments compared to grants is something that will never work. So therefore, we believe capacity building and skills, bringing also to the project that the colleagues from Emilia-Romagna mentioned, it's very important. So we need to have products to be ready for the managing authorities that are responsible for the MFAF resources, or whatever it will be called, the fund in the next MFF, to be ready and equipped to start, because designing financial instruments, it takes time. But we have currently only one member state that is using financial instruments, Estonia. I'm not sure if we have a representative in the audience. But also the Finnish colleagues are advancing steadily, and they are going to soon launch a guarantee instrument that will be under the MFAF. We want to see more member states that are interested, in the EIB, together with the Commission, under the different mandates, we are ready to work with these member states to set this type of instruments in the best way that will address the needs. The clear message is it's not simple, but that's why I say it's a special business model. But I also finish with the last thought saying they are the three pillars that were mentioned by Charlina about the sustainability, the economic and the social angle, and all these go together. So we need to find the best model, and the sooner we start working on it, and we need the cooperation. So I will stop here with this point. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Miglena. Lots of interesting points raised. What I'd like to do is just to quickly open it up. I'm going to actually ask each of you in a moment to give 2 or 3 concrete, applicable measures. Because I think, we do a lot of talking, but actually people look for the concrete, tangible solutions and ideas. I've already asked Javier for some of those when it comes to involvement, integration of all the voices. Let's start with Matea on that question. Unless there's somebody who wants to react, somebody who has a thought that's come to mind listening to the interventions of everybody else. Anybody want to react, add a thought? Yeah, Javier.
I would like to react on Miglena's comments. In my opinion, after listening you, is that in general in the fishing industry, we don't have too much knowledge about what the European Investment Bank instruments are offering to the fishing sector. That's one thing. So I recommend that from now on we can sit together and go to our harbors and explain what you offer to our fishermen. In second hand, probably the reason is because once we have approached the European Investment Bank, we have seen that we need huge projects. We are talking about a lot of money. And as I mentioned before, we are very small and medium companies in general that have difficulties to face this type of projects, as you are mentioning. And the third is the limitations that we have in the regulations. For instance, we have the MFAF, and one of the challenges that we have right now is the carbonization and is generational renewal. In order to do that, we need new vessels, as Massimo was mentioning. But it is forbidden to give, for right now, it is forbidden to give public support to renew the vessels. It is forbidden to increase the capacity of the vessels, not to fish more, but to have better accommodation on board. So this is already forbidden. Either we change the legislation, the regulations, or we will not be able to do that. So these are issues that not only thinking on the Vision 2040, but the omnibus regulation again, and concrete actions that we need not in 2030 or 2040, but right now.
Okay, and in one of the panels earlier on today, we talked about the importance of communication. So knowing what instruments are available, what is possible, and maybe being a little bit creative. Communication on creativity and how we can actually make sure that it works for everybody. Javier, thanks very much. Let's go to Matea for some of these. And Javier repeated the word again there, concrete solutions. Well, not solutions, but concrete suggestions from you.
So, concrete suggestions. Javier also said a few things I like. And pre-financing in funding for all projects. That will be first. And the second, the market that rewards sustainability. When fishermen have incentives that making sustainability with their competitives advantage.
Okay, great. We're also talking about something that can be scaled up. So a suggestion, hopefully, that we can actually think about scaling up in the years to come. Let's go to Massimo. I'll come back to you, Javier, for the final word. Massimo, your suggestions, concrete measures, something we can implement.
With our project Bootcar, we start now the testing of the training pathway and dissemination, the result about the university, vet system, agency, and stakeholders. I think another priority, European priority, is about the alimentation. When I go in the school and I meet the student, every time I ask how many tons we catch of salmon in Adriatic Sea. And the younger, 3 tons, 10 tons, but in Adriatic we don't have tons. There is a big problem about the good alimentation. I think we must concentrate our activity with a good alimentation for the future generation. This is very important.
Okay, Massimo, thank you very much. David, so we're talking about strengthening sustainability, science matters, also resilience is another key word when it comes to fisheries.
Yep. So I think I probably successfully illustrated how complex the problem is. There are so many drivers and so many impacts. And then my colleagues here talked about the welfare of the people. And I didn't want to spread out into that because it's well represented here, but it is actually about people. And it's about people's demands for a healthy environment, a nice sea, and it's also about people's demands for healthy seafood and for livelihoods for seamen, so sea people. So I think I'm not going to give you any concrete answers. I think we have to recognize that the question is very complex and stop trying to use simple, single species, how many tons, answers to these very complex questions. There's too many things to think about. We need, whichever ones are the objectives of society in general, we need to focus on those a bit more. But we also need to understand how easy it is for something we never thought about to suddenly have a huge effect. Heat waves are something we didn't even think about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And now they're one of the dominant influences on fisheries in Europe. So, yeah, it's complex.
It's complex and no concrete solutions or no concrete suggestions. But we can continue the conversation, David, because things that are complex, often for me it's about communication and actually talking about it in a simple way, accessible way, and then we can start thinking about solutions. But great, good thoughts. Thanks very much, David. It's great to have your voice. Miglena, 2 or 3 concrete, applicable measures, suggestions.
I just wanted to pick up on what Javier said about the financing. I didn't want to go into details about the products, but for small scale, as you said, fisheries sector is small scale. That's why we usually work with intermediaries, partner banks. And we have put a facility that is covering the blue economy, and aquaculture fisheries are part of it. And therefore, we see a small uptake, but it is there. We are ready to discuss, and we're discussing with the financial intermediaries how to support them, because they need to check eligibilities and assess the sustainability. So we have the programs in place, and we are having some interested partners that want to look at it, especially in France and Spain as well. And let's see, hopefully next time we'll have a solution. Then, coming back to the suggestions, I think we need to develop a pilot that we could start testing now in terms of financing model, taking into account all the elements that are important, starting from the capacity building for the fishermen as well and for the fisheries operators, in order that they know how to develop their projects that are bankable. And then we need to also try to help the financial institutions have the better view and assess in the best way these projects, because as we all, I would not use the word complex, but you mentioned complexity. That for me, it's a special model. So we need to enable all these actors, discuss together and overcome together in order to reach to the sector. And simplicity, and simplification. I'll close it here. Thank you.
Simplifying the regulations as well. We heard that in the panel this morning, and there's a growing call for that. And the European Commission is promising to simplify as much as they can some of the pathways, some of the solutions. Javier, back to you, because 2 or 3 concrete applicable measures.
3. Let's start recognizing the important role of fishers in the European Union, recognizing their efforts and sacrifices, and let's be proud of our fishermen. That's the first message. Sometimes it doesn't look like that when we are in the harbors looking here at Brussels. The second, at the first days of the mandate, von der Leyen and all the commissioners had the mission letters and said a lot of nice things in general. One of them was, we are committed to reduce bureaucracy and improve competitiveness. In fisheries, yet it's not happening. It's happening in other sectors, but not in fisheries. So please, Do it as soon as possible. And the third one, enjoy eating seafood. You will not only be healthier, but you will be happier. It is demonstrated that creates some movements in the neurons that create a neurotransmitter called serotonin, which is happiness. It's an injection of happiness. So do that as soon as you get home.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Javier. And don't forget that this is it's not the start of the conversation, but it's, part of the conversation. It continues. So feel free to approach any of our panelists. I think I can make the invitation. You're all available during the networking section. But I want the final voice to be you and the audience. So we're going back to Slido. We love this. Democracy in action. There's the QR code. So I don't want 2 or 3 examples from you because we'd never get this on the screen. Just one concrete, implementable measure that could already be scaled up in the next 5 years or longer to strengthen the sustainability and the resilience of EU fisheries. Hopefully this is a word cloud now. Let's just have a little test of this. Yes. This is so much easier to read and understand. So the largest word or words, the most popular will be in the middle. And then as we finish, I'm going to ask each panelist to just react to what we see on the screen. If there's anything that comes to mind, any word that stands out for you. If you were in the audience, what would be your key word? Ecosystem-based management, right in the center. Population, fish. So this is a concrete, implementable measure. I don't know how the word fish, we just need to keep fishing. Fish half of MSY, vocational training. That sounds more concrete. Job transition. Support EU fishers. And I love the fact now we say fishers and not fishermen. We're trying to attract, aren't we, a big part of the market, the female population, into the sector. Strongly subsidizing, and that's moved, and I can no longer read it. Ecosystem-based management stays right in the center. Restore ecosystems. Easier said than done, but very important. Reduce the number of vessels. Stop dolphin bycatch. Stop bottom trawling in MPAs. Implementation of CFP for fishermen. We can say fishers. I think that's the new word, isn't it? Infringement procedures where CFP is not implemented. That's concrete, a concrete suggestion. I'm going to come to our panel. Lots of different words, not necessarily concrete or implementable. Matteo, what stands out for you, and what would have you put at the heart of this word cloud?
You said woman in fisheries. Yeah, but woman needs to be safe and security to come to work in fisheries. And today, fisheries is not so safe.
It needs to be safe for all of us, I would say.
Yes.
Yes.
But for women.
But make it safer for all so that it's all-encompassing. And there's such a market to be tapped into with the female population, not even thinking about the blue sector, about maritime activities. Javier, what are your thoughts on this word cloud?
I see I have good friends over there. Some good friends from the NGOs, Garati Salayer, very nice. No, I'll take the word maybe simplification, but I also like the ecosystem-based management.
Yeah, is simplification there somewhere? I didn't see that. It was a key word in our panel discussion, but that's the word you would have added as well. Great. Massimo.
There is safe fishermen?
Yes, I think somebody did put fishermen, if I'm not mistaken.
Because our fishermen is very important for all coastal community, but I don't see save the fishermen.
Save the fishers. Support EU fishers.
Okay, perfect.
Support EU fishers, I see it there now. Somebody might have corrected it, because I did see fishermen, I think. But yes, okay, so save.
Important for our community.
Save the fishers.
Yes.
David, what's your take on this word cloud? What would you add? Are you in agreement?
Take a wild guess.
It's complex. It's complex, David.
It's ecosystem-based management. That is the answer. But and that's what I've done for 40.
Excellent.
That's what I've done for 40 years. But think of the ecosystem pretty widely. humans are part of the ecosystem, both as a pressure but a service user. And I think we cannot do ecosystem-based management without understanding the people that are affected by our management. So all my colleagues on here have talked about that extensively. I'm not going to repeat it, but humans are part of the ecosystem.
Yeah, and increasingly in lots of conferences we use this phrase, the human in the loop, with artificial intelligence, with modern technology, but just making sure that we're talking about the people impacted, it's the humans behind everything. Yeah, you agree?
Yeah, I think it's just basically that simple fact that humans are out there benefiting and damaging the same thing at the same time. And so we need to learn how to balance that. And that needs to involve not only fishers, not only processors, but civil society. We want them to eat more fish, but we also want people to protect the environment. So it's this multiplicity of objectives we need to recognize.
Okay, and in real time, we've seen a phrase added, avoid killing small-scale fisheries. In green, that's been highlighted and gone to the top and very visible. Miglena, what's your take on the word cloud?
I also vote for the ecosystem-based management because it resonates with the collaboration, tailored solution, blending of resources and synergies. I think it takes into account everything. That's why I vote for this as well.
Okay, great. A big round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much today. A great discussion, and I always see these discussions on the stage exactly what we need to be doing off the stage and with lots of voices. So make sure that you keep these conversations going and make sure that we are communicating about the need to do this. So thank you all very much, and a big round of applause to all of you in the audience who took part also with Slido. Thank you very much. And so don't forget, we have a third session after the coffee break. So 30 minutes for networking, for coffee or tea or something to eat. And when we come back, the focus on aquaculture. Aquaculture. Thank you very much. So let's take our seats, ladies and gentlemen, as we launch into the final panel of the afternoon. So welcome back from the coffee break. This is the last session. Of course, the spotlight was on fisheries, a great dynamic discussion we had. And now we're turning our attention to aquaculture, drivers towards a sustainable, resilient, and competitive aquaculture. What I wanted to say as well is that working busily on the side, we have a graphical recorder who's been recording some of the key moments, some of the phrases. What is a graphical recorder? It's like a visual recorder, we say as well. Sometimes we have cartoons. It's their take, their interpretation of the proceedings of the panels, and working hard since this morning, Pauline Vidal, and we'll be seeing some of her conclusions, some of her slides, some of her work at the end of the session, so that's great. I pay her a lot of money. If I'm ever, you know, in the graphics, I have a nice flat stomach, I have a lot of hair, so great. So you can pay her if you're a panelist and you want to look great. That's wonderful. I also tried to get information from our last panel about what's the name of the buoy at the top of the mast on a ship. And apparently it's a crow's nest. Is it a crow's nest? Crow's nest, and it's the lookout buoy. The lookout buoy at the top of the crow's nest. So that was me, apparently. But I'm now down the mast and leading these discussions. So without further ado, we're turning our attention to aquaculture. And we have a great lineup of panelists who are going to be discussing some of the key issues. And let me first of all call Brian Thompson, Chair of the Aquaculture Advisory Council, to the stage. Warm welcome, please. Oh, no, sorry. Actually, carried away. I was so busy focusing on the mast. I'm terribly sorry. I was so focused on the buoy at the top of the mast that I completely forgot that we need to have opening remarks. And yes, and you look nothing like Dalila, of course. Dalila, opening remarks, because we do need to set the scene, don't we, before we have this panel discussion. Great. Thank you very much.
Being creative there. I wasn't
well
sure.
Done. It was a creative
We're in a creative environment,
panel.
aren't we? Well, thank you very much, Seamus, and good afternoon. And now it's time for aquaculture. So it really is my pleasure to introduce some introductory remarks to also set the scene for this wonderful panel discussion that is going to follow. So as we heard from our commissioner early this afternoon, he mentioned some of the clear benefits that you're all familiar with regard to aquaculture, high-quality food, lower carbon and environment footprint, lower than other food production systems, to reducing the pressure of demand for aquatic food on wild stocks. We saw some slides early on presented by Charlina, but very importantly, also supporting jobs and economic activity. And some types of aquaculture provide benefits to the environment and do help to mitigate the impact of climate change. But not all aquaculture production systems deliver the same benefits. The sector is characterized by a remarkable diversity of species and production models, and this reflects actually Europe's rich environmental, geographic, and cultural diversity. And this means that we need to look at the food system in a much broader context. But in spite of these benefits that I have mentioned, consumption of aquatic food in the EU is, alas, declining. And this is largely due to price pressures on the one hand, but also the changing lifestyles that favor convenience, particularly among the younger population. So this raises a number of important questions for the panel discussion that will follow, but not only today, tomorrow and onwards. What sort of aquaculture do we want? Do we want it to play a stronger role in our food production and consumption? Can aquaculture contribute to sustainable food production while responding to consumer demand and at the same time taking into consideration affordable and convenient products? And thirdly, can aquaculture help assure a stable and reliable supply of nutritious aquatic food for European consumers? And in our deliberations following this and reflections to these questions by the panel, I think it is clear, and I think Charlene also mentioned it in her intervention, sustainability and competitiveness need to go hand in hand. And in the case of aquaculture, this is not an abstract principle or set of ideas or so on. They actually shape everyday decisions on the ground that need to be taken. And that is, if and where aquaculture production can take place, how environmental risk of aquaculture activities, how are they managed on a daily basis? How do we take into account climate risks? This is something we cannot ignore. And what type of innovation do we need to adopt, taking into consideration these various conditions? And how can we build, very importantly, public trust and maintain that on this sector? And as we reflect on where the sector should be by 2040, we mustn't forget that climate change stands out as one of the most pressing challenges. We have rising water temperatures, we've got extreme weather events that we're seeing more and more on our shores, we've got water quality pressures, very important for aquaculture production, we've got the impact of invasive species, but we also have increasing disease risks that are already affecting aquaculture production in the EU. And building climate resilience is no longer an option. It is a condition for the future and the resilience of the sector. We also see recent geopolitical shocks that are around us, and this reminds us that resilience, economic, environmental, and strategic, matters also for the food systems, and this includes aquaculture in that mix. And the good news is that we already have some important foundations that we're working on and can build upon further. We have the 21 strategic guidelines for sustainable aquaculture, with the accompanying guidance and national strategic plans and EU funding instruments, and initiatives like the EU algae strategy. All these give us a solid policy foundation that we can further build upon. But the midterm assessment of the implementation of the strategic guidelines, which recently came out at the end of last year, shows that progress still remains mixed and uneven. So let me highlight some key constraints that come out of there. Access to space, very important for aquaculture production. The complex and lengthy permitting procedures that we hear about repeatedly. Societal acceptance, extremely important. And access to finance, as we've been hearing all this morning and also this afternoon. But very importantly also, we have some positive strokes. At the same time, the EU is a leader in innovation in aquaculture. New technologies, improved farming practices, digital tools and models like offshore aquaculture growing now. All of these can help to reduce some of the conflicts that I mentioned, spatial, improving performance, unlocking the new production potential. But all of these rely on important things like having the right regulatory, investment and governance conditions that need to be in place, as we kept on hearing repeatedly in the previous panel, but also this morning as well, in the competitiveness one and the blue economy. Now, this is particularly important for SMEs, because aquaculture production relies on SMEs, family-run businesses, which make up the vast majority of the sector. And aquaculture producers are also deeply rooted in their territories. This is a very local and place-based, if you like, business as well. And producers are willing to innovate, but they face challenges. They face challenges navigating around the administrative complexity that we heard about in the previous panel. We have a variety of risks that I mentioned. We need to attract investment, but very importantly, we also need to scale up aquaculture production sustainably. So taking together these elements and point to a simple reality. There is no single lever that can unlock the potential of EU aquaculture on its own. We need to look at it in a complete and comprehensive and in an interconnected way. And progress really will develop and progress depending on how these drivers interact. So our panel has the challenging and important task of bringing their experience and pragmatism to the discussion on the role of aquaculture in the EU, the implementation choices, the constraints of growth of of EU aquaculture production. So we're very much looking forward to hearing from our panel on which drivers need to be strengthened, what choices can be made, and very importantly, we heard that also earlier because it's also important here, what are the trade-offs that need to be made? And so looking forward towards 2040, we have a fundamental question that is, it's probably not whether aquaculture in the EU should grow, but rather how can we grow it sustainably, while at the same time increasing its resilience to climate and market shocks, especially those as a result of external factors, but very importantly also supporting the consumption of healthy aquatic food in the EU, and at the same time remaining competitive while we uphold these high environmental and social standards. So thank you very much. I'm very much looking forward to the panel discussion, and thank you, and over to you, Seamus.
Thank you very much, Dalila. Thanks very much for that. Thanks for the overview and setting the scene for our discussion. And we have a great panel, as we said earlier, to drill down into a lot of these points. Now I'd like to call to the stage, yes, this is the moment, for Brian Thompson, Chair of the Aquaculture Advisory Council. Warm round of applause for Brian. It's better to be early than late, I would always say. It's better to be early for a panel than to be late for a panel. So great. Brian, thanks very much. Javier Oreda, Secretary General of the Federation of European Aquaculture Producers. Welcome to the stage. We also have with us Thibaut Pivetta, Secretary General, European Mollusks Producers Association. And that's a difficult word to say, isn't it? Mollusk. Thibaut, welcome. Feel free to take a seat here on the stage. David Bassett, General Secretary, European Aquaculture Technology and Innovation Platform. David, a warm welcome for him as well. These seats filling up fast. We also have Suzanne Brennan, who is joining us from the Marine Programs Division at the Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine in Ireland, the head of division. Suzanne, welcome. And as you can see there on the screen, we also have Frank Jesus, Senior Department Climate Advisor and Blue Economy at the Innovation and Competitiveness Department at the European Investment Bank. So welcome as well. A great lineup. We always talk about the need for lots of different voices on these kinds of panels, and I think it's great to see that we have all of these different kinds of voices. Not perfect when it comes to gender balance, I have to say. So Suzanne, I'm very pleased that you are here amongst us, but we have had gender balance on most of the panels. So great to see all of you. As always, we're actually going to start with the audience. We're going to start with a question for you, just to set the scene for our discussion. And panelists, feel free to react to the answers we see with this Slido question, first of all. And let's go to that. The first Slido poll, if you like, a poll question. Who holds the key to unlocking the European Union's aquaculture potential by 2040? Who actually holds the key? Is it EU institutions and funding instruments, member states and regional authorities, producers and industry, or is it consumers and society at large? It'll be very interesting to see what the result is. And you know, feel free to react to the result here, so do take note. See if it's what you would have chosen if you were sitting in the audience. 31%, it's very close for the first two. Member states and regional authorities, they hold the key, or is it consumers and society at large? It seems to be still stabilizing. Votes are still coming in. There's always great anticipation to see what the final result is. Yes, you want to add something straight away. Even before we have the final result, let's have a look at this. It's very close, 30%, 29%, down slightly. Let's just wait a second or two. I think it's stabilizing. And now EU institutions and funding instruments at the bottom, fourth place, but member states, regional authorities, 30%, consumers and society at large, 28%. Yes, you wanted to react to this. What's your take?
Yes, thank you, Seamus. Just to note that I'm particularly pleased to see the member states heading this survey, as I will elaborate a bit further on.
Okay, absolutely wonderful. Anyone else want to react to say if they're surprised or not? Is this how we would have imagined things? Maybe we can start we'll start with Brian, because we were thinking about starting with Brian first of all. So you've given your reaction to this, and feel free to react to this result. You just make a note. Member states and regional authorities, a third of the audience think they hold the key. Brian, at the Aquaculture Advisory Council, again, a diverse range of stakeholders, so lots of different voices. And, you know, we're wanting to know what you think about this convergence that we're looking for, the strongest convergence. Where are we going to see that? What needs to change for EU aquaculture to make sure that it's competitive, that we have growth? And also, Dalila talked about trade-offs. What do you think about that? What are some of the tensions? What's at stake when it comes to all of this?
Thank you. First, let me just take a bit around by saying that the legal framework around aquaculture is very complex. We are facing a mix of national legislation, different consenting systems, and say a variety of EU legal instruments that either directly or indirectly have an impact on aquaculture. And secondly, the industry by itself is complex, given the range of species that we farm, the different technologies that are applied, the various water sources, freshwater, marine waters, and then the structure being dominated by small and micro enterprises. Then we have the common fisheries policy, with one specific article on aquaculture promoting sustainable aquaculture aimed to ensure food supply, food security, employment, and growth. And we have these measures to achieve the objective. We have the non-binding Commission guidelines. We have the member states' strategic plans, and we have this open method of coordination, basically exchange of best practices among the member states. That is essentially the frame in which the Aquaculture Advisory Council and our plus 50 members develop our consensus-based recommendations targeting the Commission and the member state. And in terms of convergence, I will highlight 3 examples. One is on the need for a EU aquaculture policy reform. Now, it is evident, if you ask the AAC, that the current measures are not or have not been effective in achieving the before-mentioned goals. And according to our analysis, the root cause for that is that when we look at the member states, they give a very low priority to aquaculture. They tend to have their eyes focused on agriculture and fisheries. That's why we propose an aquaculture policy reform, introducing, among others, a aquaculture sustainability regulation, introducing clear targets for the development in terms of growth and sustainability criteria, including animal welfare. The second I will highlight is our recommendation on the Vision 2040. I think it is remarkable by itself that our members representing industry and NGOs agreed so fast on providing a recommendation on this issue. And on the 2040 vision, we also repeat the need for an aquaculture policy reform. And the third example I'll mention is on animal welfare. I have been on the AA since the early days, and at that time our discussions on animal welfare were tough, entrenched. I'm not saying that we have all agree now, but now the discussions take place in a respectful and orderly manner. And this had led to several recommendations actually on animal welfare, including on ecology, and probably most important on the inclusion of animal welfare in the ongoing revision of the Union's animal welfare legislation. So the question is then, what needs to be changed? What's the key decisive question? Well, has been mentioned before, 2026 is a very interesting year. I mean, we have the evaluation of the common fisheries policy, we have the evaluation of the common market organization, we are awaiting the policy conclusions from the midterm assessment of the strategic guidelines, and so on. And the key question, as we see it in the AAC, is whether what they will bring to the table. I think in the word of Hamlet, I can summarize it very short. Will we see repair, or will we see reform? What we fear is that we will see a repair, stating that the current measures may not be optimum, but by minor adjustments we can adapt them to be effective. So in short, the question is to repair or to reform?
That is the question. Brian, thank you very much. Let's go to Javier. Javier, at the Federation of European Aquaculture Producers. And maybe a little bit of a focus on finfish. And we know that Vision 2040, there are big expectations when it comes to this, when it comes to the constraints possibly that we see for being more competitive, resilient, particularly for finfish aquaculture. Javier, the question for you is, what do you think if we don't, what is the top of your list, the thing if we don't resolve, we're really going to undermine perhaps some of the objectives of Vision 2040?
Okay, thank you.
Tough question, but...
The EU could be the Silicon Valley of global aquaculture. We have physical space, we have knowledge, we have research, we have technology, we have entrepreneurs. We even have a market, one of the largest markets for aquatic food in the world. And we could be producing huge quantities of finfish, yes, mollusks, indeed, crustaceans, and perhaps even seaweed. But we are not. My grandfather was a fisherman. No, my great-grandfather was a fisherman. My grandfather was a fisherman. My father also. I arrived at the moment what we call the Blue Revolution, so I said, hey, fish, but farm fish. I have 2 children. None of my children, none of my nephews are coming into aquaculture. That's a bad omen. It's not good. Bad sign. So the Vision 2040. We are here as FAIR because we expect something good out of this. It's a good try, so hey. But the vision means, a vision is not just looking forward, it's looking at something. So we have to have an objective, a clear objective for the future in 2040.
What would be the main condition that you'd want to make sure that's resolved?
Okay,
that needs to be solved.
Yeah, well, yes, but it's important where we want to go. Because just saying by 2040 the sector is going to be resilient, that's nothing. It's going to be sustainable. That means very little. I mean, it's important, yes, but not for a vision. We need something else. So for us, the objective is stating today that in 2040, the EU will be producing 4 million tons of aquatic food. That could be good. That is something that we should aim at and go. I'll take 1 minute. But it's a challenge. I know it's not easy, as has been mentioned. There are many levers there. But from our perspective, at least, there is one clear reason for that. And it's that in the EU, we do not have a business-friendly scenario. for the development of our sector. And the reason is clear: over-regulation. Over-regulation. We've heard, and we will get later today, about simplification. Simplification, the Commission simplifies 3 things, but then the pipe opens and we have 5 new regulations arriving the same day. That is not what the EU needs if we look at the Letta and Draghi report. So I'll leave it there. I'll go into further details, but that's how we see it. Thank you.
Okay, and Javier, I was also interested to hear what you thought about the poll question, that who holds the key, and the response was?
Mine was the bottom one. You had the EU institutions and financing.
That's right, and actually the top the audience
member states.
was member states and regional authorities.
Yeah, but I think we are just looking at symptoms there, not at the real reason behind. Of course, the one I mentioned, the EU institutions, has 2 parts, and perhaps you should have split it. I mean, I am looking at EU institutions when I point my finger. And the problem with member states is that they are over-regulated and they have to follow a lot of EU regulations that they hardly, barely understand, mainly on environmental matters. So competent authorities on environmental matters in a country, in the regions of a country, don't have the capacity to understand the rules. This means that at the end, when it has to do with environment, when it has to do with spatial planning, aquaculture is simply squeezed out of the formula. Go. But we'll discuss more. Thank you.
Okay, Javier, thanks very much. Thibaut, and I'm just looking at the exact name of the organization because we have the acronyms on the screen, but just to remind us, so the European Mollusk Producers Association. So Thibaut, it's often said, and I've heard this before, mollusk farming is, presented as one of the most sustainable aquaculture models, yet problems on the ground. And we talked about this during one of the breaks earlier today, that lots of factors outside of their control. So I suppose what we're trying to do is how can we improve on things? How can we improve on this with Vision 2040 to make sure that your sector is resilient, that it's sustainable, that it's competitive?
Thank you, Seamus. I think I should maybe a little bit clarify about the mollusk sector, because I know that, of course, aquaculture sometimes is not very well known, and it is completely true also for bivalve mollusk sector, which represent half of the EU aquaculture production, in fact, in terms of both volume and number of employees, companies. This is for the little figures. Regarding what you mentioned about the sustainability, indeed, bivalve mollusk is, at least seems per essence, what the society could expect from a very sustainable food production system. We have a very low carbon footprint because we do not require feeding inputs, medication inputs. We also provided multiple ecosystem services such as water clarification and as other low trophic aquaculture nutrient sink. We also participate to the enhancement of the biodiversity, and this is something which is really important for the sustainability of both our marine ecosystem and our coastal communities. And also, of course, I forgot maybe the most important one. We produce a very high quality protein that enable people to feed. This is also very important to mention. But what happened during the last 20 years? Unfortunately, we had a constant decline of the production in both volume, once again, and surface dedicated to our type of aquaculture. So you are asking now what happened, and you also mentioned about multiple stakeholders that could be responsible maybe for the gap that is finally the figures we have today. I should say that the fault is not on producer skills. The fault is not on science. But I do echo to what Javier and Brian explained earlier. Today, we lack of governance and governance tools which are efficient to develop aquaculture, and notably low-trophic aquaculture. To do so, we would need strong and quantified objectives to be developed. We are still very far from it, but to illustrate a little bit what we suffer from the bivalve mollusk perspectives, we would need to achieve 4 shifts. The first one would be about the improvement of the water quality and the marine ecosystem quality and health. For example, aquaculture is everywhere in the Water Framework Directive, but nowhere at the same time. So we suffer from land pressure, land pollutions, and also ocean and maritime pollutions, for example. So we would need law to be fully enforced. The rules exist, but they need to be better enforced by the member state, for example. So this is a quite complex reply also to your first question. Second point, we need to continue to have access to the coast at both land and marine space. Because today, as I mentioned, we have our surface that are declining. It's quantifiable. Third point, we need our ecosystem services to be fully recognized and paid. We want to support them, perfect. We want to support our sector, perfect. But it is now time to address proper meaning and also dedicated funds to support the ecosystem service provided by the sector. And finally, and none of the less, I would say that the adaptation to climate change impact is very important. Our sector is already suffering from it, especially in the Mediterranean region, but also in Atlantic. The last 2 years, we suffered from reduction of 4% of the total production. We would have also the next figures for the current years, I believe, quite soon. But it is something we should address. And it is not only compensation we are waiting for, but also adaptation with support also for our producers, maybe to produce a little bit more offshore. So that's the big 5 shifts I would highlight. And once again, these drivers won't be efficient if we do not have coherent governance tools and tools dedicated for aquaculture development.
Okay, I'll be giving the rest of the panel a chance to respond to some of the things we're talking about, just so it's a bit more interactive as well. So do take note of things that you want to agree with or disagree with, or you want to add a thought. Let's come to David, though. David Bassett. David, you're the General Secretary of the European Aquaculture Technology and Innovation Platform. And there's the word, isn't it? Innovation. Because we're wanting to make sure, and we've heard this in previous panels, we want to make sure that we're going from the prototypes right to the market. David, when we look at Vision 2040, and we talked about this in the last panel, we're wanting to make sure that we are not holding back when it comes to production levels. How do we make sure that we are going from the laboratory, from the science, from the innovative ideas, right through to solutions, tangible, practical solutions? What are your thoughts?
Thank you, Seamus. That's a very broad question. If we go back to our introductory comments from Dalila, aquaculture production covers a multitude of species and a multitude of different production systems in a multitude of different geographies and locations. So a very big question to address, but I will try to structure an answer to that. First of all, in terms of, let's go to the end, let's look at solutions, as you just mentioned it there. There are various things that are holding back wider deployment of solutions that are actually quite practical issues. So nobody's mentioned this yet in relation to aquaculture, but money is a problem. There is a lack of ability to invest because there is a lack of profitability in the sector. And if you don't have a profitable sector that can invest, you're not going to get new technologies and new systems being operated. If we're looking at a vision, which is what this is about, I think the aquaculture vision is quite often misunderstood. And we focus at certain parts of the production and forget the reality. And again, actually, Dalila mentioned this in her introductory remarks. 80% of EU aquaculture production are micro businesses. And when you're dealing with micro businesses, your vision has to be different to that if you're dealing with a vertically integrated multinational company that can raise capital and invest. So we have to factor that into our planning. There are issues relating to producers being risk averse. That's the same in any industry sector. Nobody wants to be the first to take the risk to spend the money and then have their competitors overtake them and reap the benefits of what they're doing. There are issues relating to human capacity. Many of the new areas we're looking at, artificial intelligence, digitalization, all of the ocean observation that we looked at on Monday, are all very well, but if you're not able to apply those technologies, if the enterprises aren't able to do it, then we're not going to get anywhere. Again, on Monday, we were looking at skills, we were looking at the intergenerational issues of where we're going, and that's a block that we need to look at. And then there's a final practical one on logistics and location. So I was asked to speak at something coming up on aquaculture 4.0. I remember being at a conference in Galicia, and one of the producers is saying, well, we're not even at aquaculture 1.0. I have 0 bar on my mobile phone. How do I get to 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0? So remember that we're in coastal and remote locations often, so practical issues. In terms of things for a vision, to take away from some of those practical blocks, best way is incentive. And what are incentives? Well, there's carrot and then there's stick. Let's not look at stick, because stick is regulatory burden, and I think we'd all agree we've got quite enough regulatory burden before advocating more. But in terms of incentives, Board mentioned some of these earlier on in his intervention in the first panel. There are all sorts of financial incentives we can do, and there are many reports that come out of DGRTD, for example, saying the greatest incentive for innovation uptake is financial. We're not talking about subsidy, but we're talking about tax breaks or nature credits or discounted licensing, blended mission-oriented finance. There are various things we can do. I perhaps won't go into that because we have a gentleman who may well be able to comment more knowledgeably than I can on investment structure. We need to strengthen demonstration, tech transfer, pilot sites, living labs, those sorts of facilities. We don't actually do enough of that, and we need to build the human capital within the sector. So I'm talking vocational training, upskilling, digital training, and being able to exploit these new technologies and innovations we have. We need to de-risk the sector. Again, I was very happy Board mentioned that earlier on, that there is a risk barrier. And look at other social inclusion sort of aspects within it. There's another thing from the research perspective I'd like to mention, if I could have a minute to do so. Research and innovation opportunities need to be taken up by the producers, but within certain research programs and frameworks that they have, they're not designed for industry. There are problems within the call design, there's problems within the emphasis placed on dissemination, exploitation, communication, and impact. And there are barriers that stop the research being delivered. I'm not criticizing that research that's being undertaken in any way. Vast amounts of public money are put into that, and we can only celebrate and be grateful for that. But we have to consider how to better design certain research programs for market-led, solutions-oriented research that actually impacts on producers and production. It's all very well having results on Cordis, it's all very well having results on the aquaculture assistance mechanism and the EU aquaculture website and some of the good developments that have been financed and funded. But those micro-production businesses I've referenced are not going to, at the end of the day, be combing the internet looking up Cordis to work out what results there are out there. We need to get it much more linked to the producers and the industry for what's happening.
Okay, David, thanks very much. And don't hesitate afterwards, to add or to reinforce some points or react to what you've heard from other panelists, including David. Suzanne, I was interested to know whether you agreed with the result of the poll question at the beginning, because you're from a member state. Of course, they play a key role. Does the EU or the regional authorities, do member states hold the key when it comes to all of this? First of all, Suzanne.
Well, when I saw the question, I thought of somebody asking two parents with two teenage children who's responsible for cleaning the kitchen. You have to have, an easy-to-clean surface. You have to have somebody to buy the Hoover and buy the cloths. And then you have to have somebody to do the hoovering and wipe down the counters. And we all play a part, and that will be very much my take on it. I think, was it Brian referenced, and very rightly, that member states are operating within a regulatory framework that's developed and implemented at European level. So, of course, EU institutions have a role to play. Equally, member states, of course, also have a role to play, both in terms of regulatory and administrative arrangements and processes, and then also in terms of the more practical, technical supports that can be put in place for industry on the ground. I think to touch on something rather that David just left with in terms of trying to build the connection between industry and potential that exists that comes out of research that has been done. From our side, we struggle, as every other member state does, with regulatory constraint. And it's something we're working to address. It's slow and it's painful, and we're not going to have it addressed overnight, but we're working to address it. I think what has been key for us in Ireland in terms of supporting our sector within the constraints that exist is that we have two dedicated marine agencies. We have a scientific agency and we have a seafood development agency. And between the two of them, they work extremely collaboratively together, and they also work very collaboratively with industry. So from my perspective, to David's point, the Horizon Marine Cluster is managed by somebody, the national contact point is within our scientific agency. We expect them to have that line of sight on the pipeline of research outputs that are coming, and to help people on the ground translate them then into practical, implementable options. And they would work with our Seafood Development Agency on that. So both agencies would be involved in pilot type activities. So our scientific agency has a pilot multi-trophic aquaculture site, but then our Seafood Development Agency, for example, has done some really interesting work around decarbonisation of feed barges with finfish producers. And that is what has kept the sector going. There's an integrated and broad range of supports that range from scientific supports, pilots, technical advice and guidance, training, access to training, capacity building, so country visits to taking groups of operators to see new technologies in operation and how they actually work out. Funds management and implementation, because our seafood agency would implement our grants and would work with a different organisation nationally that implements financial instruments. And they also then would do capacity building around business acumen and business knowledge. And so that's a very holistic suite of supports for industry, and it works well. We are a small country, I will acknowledge that. And then those agencies sit on our implementation steering group in terms of our National Strategic Plan for Sustainable Aquaculture Development. And they provide, I meet industry pretty regularly myself, but it's the agency contact with the industry really feeds into and informs what we're trying to do then within the ministry. So for us, that's been, in a complex regulatory environment with all the constraints that exist, we have some really good practices that we have built, and we're continuing to build. I'm not saying Ireland is perfect, or that we've solved all the problems by any stretch of the imagination. We have plenty of problems, but I think we're headed in the right direction, and yeah, I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, Suzanne, thank you very much, and we'll get some feedback on some of these points, because the structure of things is also very important when it comes to policy making. Excuse me. Let's just get a final word on this first round from Frank, European Investment Bank. It does often come down to the money, the investment. So from an investor's perspective, what do you think is actually making a project credible? Bankable is a word we could also use when it comes to sustainable aquaculture. Everybody's interested in the money and the investment. Taking the ideas to the market. What's your take on all of this? How can public policy, for example, the financial instruments we're talking about as well, and we talk about de-risking. What can we do to make sure that that's actually supporting the sector when we're looking at the long term?
Oh, thank you. It's interesting to see in most panels how financing comes at the end like the magic wand.
I'm not sure that it was planned like that. It was the way you were seated, I think.
Okay. No, aquaculture. So Migleda, my colleague, mentioned on blue economy, sustainable blue economy. We finance 13 billion over the last 5 years. Aquaculture is a small part of this, 3%, okay? Good news, in the last years, it increased to 5%. 178 million invested in aquaculture last year. So it's growing. And we want to continue that trend, if possible, with the support of others. Why? It's the aquatic food of tomorrow. But at the same time, it's an aquatic food we are depending more and more from the outside world, because we, as Delila was mentioning earlier, we depend more and more from, no, actually it was your boss who mentioned this. We depend more and more from the outside world for our aquatic products. It enables us to contribute to the EU green transition, and it's a good source of quality protein. Yeah? What we at the IB wants to finance in aquaculture is sustainable aquaculture, so impact on environment which is neutral or positive, and resilient to climate change, that's the sustainability. And it contributes to the EU growth and to producing the food we need domestically, right? What we have done so far in aquaculture is both on the advisory side, and I'll explain the term, and on the financing side. On the advisory side, last year we commissioned a study that was published by the Global Seaweed Coalition on financing opportunities for banks like us in the seaweed and bivalve sectors. That is leading to potential investment that I cannot speak about today, but is confidential, but it's interesting. There's a follow-up. It's not just a study. That's the reason we did it. We also have existing tools that we've used to finance aquaculture. Earlier today, there was a colleague from the European Investment Fund, our sister organization, part of the same group. With the help of the Commission, they've developed Blue Invest, which funded venture capital, and some of those funds that they supported have financed aquaculture. We also had, we have a product called Venture Debt to support, so the venture capital is for startups, venture debt is for scale-ups. We've used these two to support aquaculture, which is the good news. The bad news is that after all our due diligence, which is brutal, so we go into depth, we validated those projects, we signed the deal with the companies, they didn't find the additional financiers to go along with them. I'll go back to this later on. So we have a tool, but it's not working, okay, in practice. We have also the possibility, and we've used this recently with Italy, to fund activities in aquaculture alongside member states through framework loans. They use their MFAF grant, and they complement this money, grant money, with EIB loans to support elements in the aquaculture. And we have guarantees going through the EIF. We also recently, and this is key, developed a new, what you call a credit line, which allows us to go to the SMEs indirectly, because obviously, I don't know who was mentioning, it's macro enterprises, small and micro enterprises. We cannot, us, the EIB, directly finance an aqua farmer in most cases. We need to go through a bank. So we've set up a tool for that. We've used it not in the EU yet, but last year in Iceland with Arion Bank. We signed a big deal with them, focused on aquaculture. So this is working. And we hope it will develop. We have discussions with banks within the EU to develop it more. So that's what we've done. Can we do more? Could we do more? Yes, we could, and we want, but not alone, all right? If I go back to the startups, the good work that we've done to support the startup with the EAF could continue, provided the support from the Commission to de-risk with guarantees, etc. This activity continues, and this is not a given yet, all right? Scale-ups. Could we do something more on this front? So I told you there's an instrument, it doesn't work. Why it doesn't work? Aquaculture, like many blue economy sectors, is high in CapEx, capital investment, that needs a long time before there's a return on investment. Today, the tools we have are not adapted. The tools we have are adapted to innovation that works fast and delivers fast. Aquaculture is not one of them, okay? So we need a different tool. SMEs. We have a tool that we put in place, and the pickup of this tool by banks in the EU could increase if, for instance, there are grant subsidies associated to it from member states or from the Commission. Grant to subsidize the interest rate, grant to add a subsidy to blend with our loans, etc. And then member states who want to use the MFAF to work on this sector with a complementary loan from the EIB, we can do that with them. There's nothing that stops us. We are very opportunistic. If there's something that works, that makes sense, it's sustainable, bankable, we go for it, okay? So we don't have a, oh, sorry, we financed 2 million, that's the end. No, we can continue if it's interesting. There we go.
Okay, that was very comprehensive, and it sounds like there's a lot of discussion to be had on lots of those points, particularly about de-risking, guarantees, etc. Listen, what I wanted to do was to open this up, if anybody wanted to react to something they've heard. Also, with the question, what you all think is the single most important driver that we have to strengthen in the next 5 years. Suzanne, you wanted to respond to this first of all, and maybe if you wanted to add a thought that's come to mind during the other interventions?
I might just go first because unfortunately I have to leave, as you know, at 5:30. I think for us, for me rather, I think Timo spoke very well this morning in relation to creating an enabling environment, right? The key driver is member states and the Commission. We need to be enablers of the development of the sector. In the context of the MFF, the reality is the proposed budget for CFP implementation is significantly reduced. And in that context, we need to be much more strategic in how we invest in the sector. We need, from a member state's perspective, I would like to have a better understanding of the types of supports and the most effective use of that limited money that's going to be available to me as a ministry to invest in the sector. I think the EIB did a really interesting piece of work on scaling the blue economy. The bioeconomy, and it'd be really interesting to get a very specific piece done around aquaculture, because the piece that strikes me as most particularly relevant for aquaculture as primary producers in the context of climate change is that we can put in place schemes to compensate where a significant weather event damages infrastructure on a site, okay? But that's a short-term fix, it's a band-aid. The reality is that aquaculture operators cannot pivot their activities easily. They cannot pivot to new species or new production methods easily. And if we are to be serious about having a climate-resilient aquaculture sector, we need to look at not just investment supports for the development of the sector, but we need to look at how we sustain operators while they seek to transition to different production methods or different species, because that's a process that takes a number of years, and they will go out of business if there isn't a support there. So it's really trying to look at the challenges and equally the opportunities. There are huge opportunities. It's not to be painting a hugely negative picture. The bioeconomy offers huge opportunities to aquaculture and the aquaculture sector. So I'll just leave it at that, if that's okay.
Suzanne, thank you very much. And if you do need to leave, I know that you have an urgent matter, but feel free discreetly to leave the stage, but it won't be the end of the discussion. Suzanne, a warm round of applause for Suzanne. Great to get your perspective, and let's maybe get some reactions from, but David, first of all, I see you reaching for the microphone. So that key question about a key driver, but also if there's any other thought that's come to mind as you've listened to everybody else on the panel. And we're also going to be asking the audience for their number one driver, what you think is the number one driver to unlock the sustainable potential, can we call it that, of the EU aquaculture sector by 2040. So that's coming to you as well. But David.
Would you like this to be an Ibsen play? Do we all make a response and leave the stage so it ends up just with you alone?
That would be far too dramatic.
Spotlit at the end. If I may make two comments, please. The first one, you asked for what we need as an enabler for 5 years in the vision. So I'm going to answer that from the perspective of a European technology platform involved in research and innovation actions. What I would like to see develop over the next 5 years is a more inclusive way for the development and rollout of research and innovation actions. 2 framework programs ago, when we moved from FP7 into Horizon 2020 and now Horizon Europe, We moved away from a more solutions, business-oriented approach to societal challenges. That's not a bad thing. We have to address climate change. We have to address, but we moved to this sort of more visionary approach. And an expression, a new phrase was coined at that point, co-creation. Well, that's noble, and that's all very well, but we don't actually engage in the co-creation process properly. And by that, I mean in the co-creation process, industry is left out, financial institutions and investors are left out, and to show representation, I was speaking to somebody in the break about this yesterday, NGO groups are left out as well. So you often get academic and research-led organizations believing they're delivering co-creation, but they're delivering co-creation in name, but not in actuality. And if we're going to have it, we need to do it properly. And we need to make sure that the stakeholders at events like this and people who participate are actually representative of the sector that we're developing. So let's do co-creation and get it right, says the representative of a multi-actor platform. My thought, to slip one in, to go back to that poll at the beginning, my own personal view, and this is my personal view, social license is absolutely everything. Social license in the market is absolutely everything. If we don't have a market and we don't have a society that understand what we do and the importance of who we are, we may as well all go home. Interesting, we talk about EMFAF. 18% of the MFAF funding went on research issues. 3% went on projects relating to social license and consumers, 3%. And I would very much like to see greater consideration going into that. We've been hearing this week how storytelling is everything, and personally, I would like to see much more emphasis on that.
Great storytelling, the last word from David. I'm very happy. And stay on the stage, don't leave dramatically. Great. I saw Brian, you were reaching for your microphone before. Brian, your take, so your main driver, but also if you wanted to add some thoughts to what you've been hearing from the other panelists.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the main driver that I will address, that member states' commitment to develop aquaculture. I mean, that is absolutely instrumental in removing the long-lasting barriers that have been identified now for, I think, almost 2 decades. We are talking about the licenses procedures, and we are talking about access to space, to healthy waters. We have known that for more than 2 decades. And we have new and more emergent issues, like climate impact, like animal welfare, that also needs to be considered. I mean, this may be a mission difficult, but it is not a mission impossible, given the right priority. And that's why we in the ASE argues for this reform of the Union aquaculture policy, sort of replacing the past non-binding approach with a more binding approach on production targets and on sustainability targets. I mean, Commission guidance documents, I mean, they're welcome. Research may certainly close some of the knowledge gaps, but at the end of the day, we need a policy framework that provides the recipients of those deliverables with the necessary implementing capacity and willingness.
Okay, Brian, thank you very much. Let's go to who? Javier? Javier, so your main driver. Also, in the audience, think of your main word. What's your main driver as we look towards 2040? But Javier, and also if you want to react to anything you've heard.
Mine?
Yes.
Policies. 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 They have to be clear. Even the Ocean Pact isn't clear for us. The most important finfish farmed in the EU is rainbow trout, freshwater fish. If we read the European Ocean Pact, there's no reference to inland aquaculture. If we ask the Commission, they say yes. That's true. But we don't read it. We don't read it in too many documents. So at the end, we are sort of sitting in the fence, and that's why a fence, and we don't know if we have to fall one side or the other. And that's why the aquaculture policy that was
sitting on a rock, maybe sitting on a rock.
No, a rock is sort of stable. A fence, you suddenly go up and down. And this has to do because okay, the policies is important. I want to make sure that everybody understands that if you have a rainbow trout farm or a turbot farm, and the business is fantastic, and you're selling all your fish, high price, fantastic, you cannot press a button and produce more fish. No, you have a quota, and you reach that quota, and that's it, and that's it. And that's why policies are so important, because majority of aquaculture in the EU happens in public domain spaces, in public domain waters. This means that you have to request a permit to be there, a permit to produce. And because we are in the middle of the environment, environmental regulations, European environmental regulations, are the biggest challenges. Because when those regulations that I said before continue being pumped into the official journal, while simplification is 3-4 letters in a certain article and that's it, new regulations and directives continue coming up on environmental matters. I'm not saying, I mean, without risking, they can be slowed down, a little bit of a break, not saying no, because we need to take care of the environment, but there is a certain limit after which more regulation doesn't provide a cleaner or quality environment. So that's why when these regulations arrive to the desks of member states or competent authorities in the regions, they are overwhelmed. They struggle to comply with these regulations. So if you go into the offices of public administrations in the regions, they are just, okay, they could work harder, they could work more hours, they could be brighter, they could be trained better, they could use artificial intelligence, yes, but still, they just struggle and are unable to provide those permits for growth. And this happens for mollusks, for finfish, for algae, just the same.
Okay, thanks very much. Speaking of mollusk, let's get some final thoughts from Thibaut, also your main driver.
Thank you, Seamus. I will echo what Brian and Javier explained and said. I think there is not much to say, but I would like to recall that today is a very important moment for us because we are on the barrier. Maybe we will fall. Maybe we will be able to have ambitious position for a structural reform for aquaculture. It would indeed be by the policies. It would be by quantitative indicators for the development of all the aquaculture systems. So this completely echoes to what has been said. And we would need a policy which would be able to rule them all. That's the main idea. Thank you.
Okay, great, Thibaut. Thanks very much. Listen, maybe we can get the Slido question up on the screen for the public while we go and get the final thoughts from Frank, and then you can also be giving us your word. What you think, if you had to prioritize one driver to unlock the sustainable potential of EU aquaculture by 2040, what would it be? This is a word cloud, animal welfare straight away. And by the way, there was a little comment that slipped into one of the word clouds earlier. Just want to say, just make sure that it's respectful. We're talking about constructive dialogue. I actually didn't see the remark, but it slipped through. But just make sure that it's respectful, especially to those on the stage. You can say what you want about me. That's no problem at all. David, that's great. That's respectful and it's constructive. Well done. Frank, let's get your final thoughts and what's your main driver, and then we'll have a look at the word cloud. We'll see the results afterwards.
Maybe before, I just wanted to comment on the previous slide, but this one as well. For me, what's striking is not necessarily the response, is the fact that the number of people who react on aquaculture is twice lower or 3 times lower than the number of people who have reacted on fisheries.
Interesting.
And for me, it's very interesting because at the global level, we are seeing a revolution on aquatic food. Okay, aquatic food has gone over fishery, wild catches, and we, the EU, are setting aside for this revolution. 20 years ago, we generated a revolution on renewable energy. We managed to do it, but this one here, we're not on the train. We're waiting aside, looking at the train. We could do it. I'm a big believer on policies, so I won't say, I'll focus a bit on financing, but I do believe policies are super important. In terms of financing, there's 3 things we could do, okay? One is blending, big word, putting grant money alongside and associated with loans, okay? It's a way to multiply the impact of limited public resources. Guarantees, it's also a way to multiply the impact of public resources. You put the guarantee, it de-risks an investment, but the guarantee, if it's not used because it doesn't collapse the investment you've done, you get it back afterwards. And the last one is patient capital, which is the thing we need for investment in innovation in this sector. That's it.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks very much. And I haven't seen any reactions in the audience, so I assume that all of these are publishable. There's nothing slipped through. And we've actually, the love heart for David's disappeared. I saw that, David. I don't know what you did between the publication. Obviously, you didn't give the right look. No mention of me as well, which is great. So lovely. Thank you very much. Licensing right there in the middle. And in green, consumer awareness, low trophic aquaculture. I'm just thinking, David, maybe we actually added a moderator or somebody filtering through the responses. So maybe that's the reason. But yeah, consumer awareness, co-creation. That was a great phrase we heard come up earlier on as well. Food for thought, and good for Charlena to see some of these words as well, because she's going to be giving us some closing remarks in just a moment. Javier, yes,
Seamus,
Javier?
You have forgot one of the important ones. Animal welfare.
Animal welfare, yes. And we mentioned that at the very beginning when it first came up. I think it was the first one that came up.
Okay, all fine.
Yep, it was the first one that came up.
But it grew, and that's important, because we're doing an excellent work in the AAC.
Great.
Wanted to point it out. Thank you.
Absolutely wonderful. So a big round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much. I'm very jealous that David got the heart at the end of that panel, but thank you very much. Yes, I need to have a moustache. Great. So listen, thank you very much. And listen, as we come to the end of this session, this great session, a great session focusing on Vision 2040, fisheries, aquaculture, so many different points. And, you know, it is worth pointing out that the European Commission is still in the consultation process. So there is still a lot of room for feedback, for giving your points of view to make sure that all voices are heard. And I think that's one of the things that I picked up in these panel sessions. A little bit of tension, a little bit of, you know, we have some differing views on things. And for me, that's a really great sign. It means that we're going to have some great discussion afterwards. So I'd like to hand over for some closing remarks before we have the networking session afterwards. The Director General at DG Mare, Charlena Vicheva, closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Seamus, and you're quite resilient, I would say. You keep up the quality of moderating up until the very end. We really appreciate that.
We do our best.
I would really like to thank all the speakers, because this is just the kickoff of the discussion on Vision 2040. So I'm not here really to make a real sum up. I'm not here to repeat all the comments. The richness of the contributions of each and every one of the speakers, but also from everyone in this room and online, because your words, keywords, key challenges, they're well documented, and we're going to take care of them. So everybody's contribution is essential. What I would say as my personal takeaway is that it won't be a technical exercise, by no means. Our task for Vision 2040, it's first of all something that we have to do very inclusively, because we need ownership for every vision. This task will be to lead the sectors, both fisheries and aquaculture, into times of deep transformation. It is a long-term direction into uncertain future. So we have to make this future as predictable, as solid, and as attractive as we can, in terms of policy making and policy framework, and I was very happy to hear that for some in this room, policies matter. So policies are really important enablers. They're important in terms of setting the right direction and addressing every reason that can deviate the sectors from this direction. And the task is not easy at all. As I said, we have to navigate the sectors into uncertainty. At the same time, we have to lead them in anticipating changes, and we have to ensure, the most important, that these sectors remain viable through the years to come, that they are guaranteed that the path they're going to be projected with is competitive and for a competitive and sustainable sector. Now, what I have to say as well is that, as I said, this is the first discussion, first serious brainstorming in this room, but we will have much more intense discussion after we publish the CFP regulation evaluation. I heard that many are asking to face reality. Indeed, in order to be able to be relevant with the Vision 2040, we need a reality check. And it's not only to go on the ground, but it's also to evaluate with the best minds we can have how the 2013 reform produced results. So how we can match the expectations at the front before the reform and where we are now against the objectives we have set in 2013. And looking at the reality, it is really important, and I will repeat my appeal. Please engage in a very honest discussion, also in analyzing realities. Because when we analyze, especially sometimes critical situations, it is even more important that we deliberate and we identify the right reasons for anything that is not positive out there. Because if we miss the train and we don't identify the right reasons, our vision is not going to be on stable basis. We might be fixing something that is not the right to be fixed, and we might dismantle something that actually has been working. So this type of very honest reflection on reality is really essential. And I have to tell you, now working on the evaluation, we are making a comparison between what the analysts are saying and what the stakeholders are saying. And sometimes the perceptions do not match the real causes. So this exercise is extremely important from the point of view of setting the reference framework right. And now if I have to say a couple of words, because the networking part is very, very important, I will start with fisheries. So it is clear that we have achieved a lot in terms of managing sustainably the fishing stocks. As I said, this is the most important element in the economic fabric of the fisheries sector. This is what we divide between the fishers. So this achievement, however, was not even. And what we can see very clearly is that where the action towards MSY was taken later, so it was a bit belated, and we know that this happened in the Mediterranean, there the situation is the most difficult. So it speaks on its own. And it also coincides with the region where there is still a journey to be made to balance what we have at the sea and the fleet capacity that chases this stock and makes living out of it. So we have to assess the reality very, very carefully because the economic resilience remains fragile. If I now come to the aquaculture, I saw that the basic label from the public was licensing. We know that. And we know that probably these are rules that they have to be changed at national level. But we know that now we are a proponent of the 28th regime in the single market. And I'm just wildly brainstorming. Probably we need to think of a 28th regime for aquaculture, and it will be a voluntary choice to pick something that is probably simpler, and we will try to be as simple as possible and as straightforward and optimal as possible, because being optimal is very important. So we cannot throw the rules that are actually sustaining the sector. We have to think of simplification in the way that is enabling the sector to thrive. So let's see how we can take the discussion further. I think that we have come across a very important journey, but it looks that the governance framework is not strong enough, and the deliberations will continue. But what I can definitely say is that aquaculture has to be a main focus for development in the future. We have finite natural resource, so the only way to achieve higher food security on the aquatic foods, it is really aquaculture. Then I saw very clearly, because in our slide in the first panel, I saw that less pressure on stocks is the of utmost importance in terms of which factors are there to be considered, but the second one was the market. And there, I think we can do more. We have to deliberate of how exactly we can achieve better level playing field, better awareness among the consumers. So these are things that will come up in the discussion, but obviously being the second factor, that means that we have to more and more think in terms of value chains, from the primary production through processing and the end consumer. On aquaculture, by the way, consumer awareness was coming as well very clearly. So there again, the second most important was the consumer and the market drive. Climate resilience. This is one of the uncertainties that we have to master. And first, we have to understand much better. And here, the Ocean Pact and the Ocean Act can help. And with the Ocean Eye that was announced by our president, that can support better research and better understanding of the ocean, I think that we can be on the better track of understanding how we can address this major challenge for the future. And probably the last but not least, coherence and shared responsibility. This is what we have to be accompanied, to accompany us in our journey, and we will rely on all of you for this shared responsibility in terms of choosing the right pathway, in choosing the right tools, and potentially casting the way for policy transformation as relevant. So today is the first kickoff meeting. I'm really happy with the crowdsourcing that we managed. I should not forget, because Thomas is going to kill me if I don't mention anything about the funding. Indeed, I forgot, and I have to amend it immediately. So one of the things that came across was the necessary funding. But I have to put it in probably in the projection of what I heard again on how we can use public finance to support an economic sector. The best way is through responsibilizing the sector, so blending financial instruments, grant only where it needs to breach a market gap, and encourage the right transformation, encourage energy transition, modernization, more safety, and the right direction of travel. So more money is absolutely needed, and we will work with you very heavily in the programming exercise to secure as much funding as possible for the ocean economy, not only fisheries, not only aquaculture, but for the ocean economy at large. And my last word will be, because I was listening also very carefully about the demands to make the Ocean Act useful. Many of the demands here, also on the fisheries and aquaculture side, were for addressing the spatial squeeze. And there, the Ocean Act will come into play because it will be based on the review of the Maritime Spatial Planning Directive as one pillar, but also the MSFD directive review. So there we will try to secure the space, first in terms of dialogue between the ocean players, and second in terms of multi-use and secured space for these two sectors to thrive. So a lot ahead of us, and I want to thank you once again for your openness, for working with us, for guiding us, and for being with us in the journey in the months to come. Thank you very much.
Charlina, thank you very much. Thank you very much, and that brings us to the end of this session, but just two things we want to talk about, just two things we need to talk about, and I keep promoting this because they're fantastic. We have a slide just to remind you about the two exhibitions that you need to go and see. Sounds of the Ocean in room 1, and also we have the other exhibition in room 7. One is virtual reality, one is an audio experience. So don't forget, you climb the silver stairs just outside the lobby, and one of them you've got to go right to the end of the corridor with the blue lights. It's actually quite a futuristic journey as you walk down towards these rooms. The other thing we need to talk about, we had with us here today Pauline Vidal, who's the graphic recorder, the graphical recorder, the visual recorder, and we want to share some of what she's been working on today. So this is capturing all of these key moments in history, making sure that some of the key phrases we actually see, they are recorded, and that we remember some of the key phrases. Can we share? Yes, we can. This is a moment also to take a photograph. I was going to say a selfie. I'm going to get out of the way so that I'm not in front of it. Funds for modernization, the sustainable competitiveness of fisheries and aquaculture, tech transfer, future-proof economy, building a fleet, listening to specific realities of fishing communities. Great faces there of people who spoke, not the only ones. Climate resilience. Interesting, because Charlene was saying that I show resilience here today, but what I want to say is resilience comes when you're surrounded by passion, passionate people, and that's all of you. So I feel the passion, and I can't help but be resilient. So that's the clue there. Climate resilience, an ongoing journey. End overfishing, reduce resources, resources pressures. What else can we see there? I think, do we have another slide as well? Let's have a look at the other one. The successful transition of fisheries, practical steps and solutions. Take a photo because perhaps some of the phrases come from the representatives from your organizations. Regulations should support stability, financing modern vessels, decreasing fleet, 37,000 vessels. In Europe, I think the figure from before was almost more than double, about 100,000 I think it was. And then we have the faces of our panelists as well. Ecosystem-based management, prediction as a mean to protect fish stock, financing, knowledge sharing, the need for recognition, competition. Great, so do take photos. These are like recording. It's a special take on what we're seeing. I love these. And another one here, drivers towards a sustainable, resilient, and competitive aquaculture. Pauline has worked extremely hard because that was just a moment ago. So imagine the work. So please take a photo. David, you're there on the bottom. Take a photo. You got the heart. Healthy food for the EU. Solutions. De-risking, that was a key word that came up. Market-oriented research. Mollusk production. Thibaut, that's for you. Have you taken a photograph, Thibaut? Take back to Paris. Upskilling. Upskilling. And also, we had the word reskilling as well, didn't we? Reskilling. Financial incentives, market-oriented research we've already talked about, understandable environment regulation, communication, that's the word that I brought in, making things understandable. We could produce more aquatic food, absolutely. 80% are micro businesses. We're talking about the specifics, making sure that things are tailor-made for the particular market, for the particular business. So great. Have we had enough time to take our photographs? I think that was the last one, Pauline. And Pauline will be here also later in the week. So a big round of applause for Pauline. Thank you very much. And also thank you to all of you. Thank you very much. It's been a great session. Lots of points of view. And as Charlene was saying, we're going to be taking on board a lot of this at the European Commission. We, as the organizer, will be printing off all of the responses that you gave us in the word clouds and with the questions. It all goes into the consultation process. So thank you very much. Enjoy your networking session. And we'll see you here tomorrow. We are talking about diplomacy and also maritime security. Very important issues, great debates to be had there as well. Thank you all very much. Have a great evening.